Is this a goddess? A bright light? A dark void? Heaven? Hell? Purgatory? Something incomprehensible to the human mind. Maybe even some sort of office. That's what's normally expected, if you believe your consciousness perseveres after death. All it knew was, it died. It used to be a human being with a family, a job, hobbies, friends and other interests. Even if it couldn't remember itself or the people that it used to know. Just seconds ago, it was so clear, but now. It felt like holding fine sand in your hands. It all slipped away and it was left with the feeling of loss, albeit minor. Still getting over the fact that you're dead and a bunch of memories are gone, eh? I get it. Take your time. A melodious voice spoke, cutting through its state of shock and confusion. Across from it, was someone it had never seen before. A woman, with pink, brown and white hair. Her eyes heterochromatic with elongated pupils, like those of a fox. Speaking of foxes, she had 9 tails, all in the same color scheme of her hair. Her clothes followed the same style as well. Some sort of hooded white, pink, red and brown that fit her. She was probably the most beautiful creature it had ever seen. Ah, thanks, I'm flattered. Feel free to praise me more. She chimed in, clearly able to tell what it was thinking. Where? No, what? Who? It tried to ask, but no voice came out. You have no mouth, dog. I can feel your thoughts though. I'll give you all the answers you need. Just take a minute to collect yourself. No need to rush into this. The woman assured, making it relax just a little. Looking around, it observed more than the beautiful woman in front of it. She was sitting in a black swivel chair, sitting in front of some presidential-looking desk. Large windows placed behind her, lighting the room with what seemed to be sunlight. The room itself looked like a strange combo of a man cave and a president's office. Beanbag chairs, 70-inch plasma widescreen television and some junk food were on the coffee table behind it. It gave off a homely feeling, weirdly enough. Good. You're all calmed down now. I see you like my crib. Roman sure knows how to interior design. The woman nodded to herself with a small smile. Wait, that sounds familiar. You look sort of familiar too, it thought, closely observing the woman. We'll get to that sometime soon. Let's go over your earlier questions first. That being, where am I? Well, I can fully explain, but you won't really get it. I'll give you a short explanation. You're in my shared domain. In my main city. More specifically, in my mayor's office/Neo Cave. Not on Earth. The woman explained casually while a small orange fox leapt into her lap and began nuzzling itself into her hand for pets, which she happily obliged. So an afterlife? It asked, trying not to get distracted by the cute fox. No. The place is like a separate plane of reality. I share the space with my sisters. Now, moving on to the next question. What happened to me? This one's easy. You already know it too. You died. I brought you here. The woman once again casually explained. Yes, but how did I? I don't even remember, it asked, its frustration rising at the lack of memory. Well. You had stage 4 cancer, its eyes widened as she started explaining. But then, somehow you beat it. One night in the hospital, you heard the door to your room open. And in stepped Goku. He said, "Hey, I heard you were strong." It started to snicker to itself, cutting the woman off at the end of her joke. Ah, I knew I picked the right one. She nodded to herself with a smug smile after hearing it crack up. So how'd I really die? I mean, it'd be amazing if I was killed by Goku in a fight, but that's not really the case here, it asked, before getting confused. Wait, I can remember Goku but not my death. Or my family and friends? It asked itself, seeing the woman nod. I'll clear that up after I answer your third question. How you died doesn't matter now. Now let's address who is this amazing, sexy goddess. The woman smugly smiled. I never said all that extra. The woman just ignored its thoughts and went on to explain. I'm Hecate. Or Neo. Or Equinox, as other gods have started to call me after my little fiasco with Rei. I'm a goddess. Literally. I brought you here, to give you another shot at life. Yes, like those light novels, anime and fanfictions. Hecate explained, putting the small fox down, who ran out the nearest door to play with a corgi. Why me? I don't feel particularly special or anything. It asked, seeing Hecate's brow raise. On the contrary. I spent a year looking for just the right type of person to do this. You match the criteria, but so did a few others. It's those extra qualities in your personality that made me choose you. Your world has its mediums that allow you to create and observe different realities. As a living being, you couldn't directly interact with these worlds. But as a disembodied soul, it's possible. So, I grabbed you as you left your mortal body. And here you are. Hecate explained, a bit more seriously now. It was a lot to take in. But the soul wasn't stupid. While not everything was spelled out for it, the general idea was understood. It had traversed the boundary between Earth and, what used to be, fiction. But questions still remained. Why was it pulled here? Why can't it remember its past human connections? Right. I'll get to that too. Just didn't want to info dump on you. I'm not in a rush to send you off yet. I'd rather you be informed first before you make the decision. Hecate gave the soul an understanding smile before leaning back in her chair. The soul felt more at ease with those words. But as it was about to think again, it was distracted by the sight of a gorgeous pale blonde woman in a black and blue dress walking outside with an adorable nine-tailed fluffy girl on her shoulders. Both looked to be enjoying the other's company as they leisurely strolled past the windows, followed by two pale-skinned women with horns. Something you yeah. Those are two of my sisters. Don't get too close to Artoria. Her presence might corrupt and or destroy you. You're safe in here. Now, let's explain the memory stuff. Want any tea? Soda? Beer? Hecate asked, closing the blinds to avoid further distractions. I can drink. I'll get soda then. Beer always tasted nasty as hell to me, the soul replied. It's crows anyways. Her wife's been getting on her about drinking, so she hides it here. Hecate shrugged before one of her tails opens up a nearby mini fridge and pulls out a Pepsi for the soul. Wait, several things feel off about that sentence. The soul replied before its ethereal colorless hand grabbed the soda, opening it and taking a drink. Don't worry about it. Now. The issue with your memory. Truth be told, I had your memory scrubbed. I had my past memories myself and they caused me some problems. But even if you lack these memories, your core self is still there. You just have to rediscover it. I mean, your distaste for beer, sense of humor and sexual preference is already known. Hecate joked, seeing the soul shiver to itself in what she could tell was embarrassment. But if you really need a reason, here you go. If you were treated awfully and died in horrifying pain, you wouldn't really want to remember all that, would you? In a second life, it'd weigh you down. Give you trust issues. On the opposite end, if you were well loved and were separated from the people you loved more than anything, you wouldn't truly be living your best life. A kind of detachment is needed when you live a second life. That way, you'll feel the connections you make, the loved ones and the enemies. All of it will matter that much more to you. Hecate explained, the soul pausing and thinking on her words. I suppose I can accept that. I guess knowing whether I had a good or terrible life doesn't truly matter at this point, huh? The soul thought to itself, accepting the lack of memories. Another reason why I chose you, you're rational, level-headed and somewhat wise. Now let's go on to the deal at hand. I wanna send you off to reincarnate in another world. And you can probably guess which one. Hecate smiled. In RWBY, right? I had a feeling, based on your name and appearance. Never heard of Neo being a kitsune though, the soul replied. Yeah well. My story was kinda weird. Didn't exactly stay just RWBY for long. Yours, though? Well, you shouldn't be in a rush to leave Remnant, if you decide to go. Lots of stuff to do. A world to explore. Hecate stopped, feeling the soul's confusion. I have a choice. The soul asked. Why yes. I'm big on freedom. You have a ton of options. I can forge you a new body and make you one of Terwin's Kitsune Guard, send your soul off to the cycle of rebirth, place you on some world in our territory or go with the original plan. Rebirth on Remnant. Hecate clarified. I see. Huh. Why Remnant though? Do I get anything for going with the original plan? The soul asked, seeing Hecate's lips curve up. This Remnant is one I altered myself. I added quite a few things and tweaked other things. And to answer your question, yes. You will get something special if you agree to reincarnate here. Hecate answered, kicking her feet up on the desk. Guess I'll figure it out after I agree, huh? One last question. Will doing this get me the chance to have powers like yours? Changing worlds and adventuring to different places. The soul asked, its tone hinting at its interest. If you had chosen anything else, I'd have answered no. But it won't be easy. Definitely not as easy as I had it. If you choose to go to Remnant, you'll have it harder than I did. So, what do you think? Hecate asked, her tails cushioning her head as she leaned back. I agree. I'd be insane to pass up something like this, the soul responded. Yes. I knew you'd agree. My gift to you will activate once you're in the womb. Sorry, but you'll probably be bored for a few months as your soul acclimates to your new body. Good luck and don't bite the dust, okay? Hecate hopped off her seat and grasped the soul with her two hands before bringing it in and planting a kiss on it. The soul felt Hecate's embrace before her lips pressed onto its intangible form. Just when it was about to voice its embarrassment, its consciousness faded, falling into a deep sleep and vanishing from the office. She's gonna have to deal with all those numbers and skills. Even as beginner-friendly as I made it, that still sounds like a pain to keep track of. Hecate sighed before seeing her door open, an orange-haired familiar man poking his head in. Hey Foxy, you done with the soul you pulled in? That female Shiro is waiting outside still. And when are we going back to Helsing? I like Alucard and the busty blonde. Oh, and Integra too, I guess. Roman asked, adjusting his bowler cap. Oh yeah, the one from that crossover with the lowly, I regret. Send her in. And we'll go as soon as Mume joins us. I think Lilith's talking to her manager. Hecate smiled, remembering her little trip with Roman. Just keep her away from me. Brutes are such a pain in my perfect ass to deal with. Roman grumbled as he shut the door. Yin and yang darkness. Now, this was what the soul was expecting after their, probably, untimely death. Though now, they could actually feel some kind of sensation. Though it was limited to wet, warm and cramped. And they'd have to put up with this for months too. Great. Okay, I can put up with boredom for a few months. I got this. The soul thought to itself determinedly. A week later, nope. Can't do it. Why do I have to be awake so much? I can feel myself growing a little. Plus I've noticed some other thing right beside me. I sometimes squish into it when my mother moves. I wonder how long it's been. A month later, I might actually start going insane. I'm so bored. All I do is grow and sleep. Is this what depression feels like? It sucks. But the thing next to me got a bit closer. Feels not bad. I can't move, so I can't really feel out this thing. Strange though. Why does it give me a sense of comfort? 3 months later, finally. I think I'm developed enough to just move my arms. It's not much beyond just wiggling though. But after this long of being bored. Screw it, I welcome any change. Still can't quite feel the blob beside me. Is it growing with me? Do I have a twin? 4 months later, yup. I have a twin for sure. It's still impossible to see, even though I think I have fully formed eyes. But I can feel them. Chubby face, head, tiny body. Yup. I wonder who you are. 1 month later, alert. System integration commencing, a small jingle woke up the soul. Even though it couldn't see, a small red panel appeared in front of it. Given the twins' lack of reaction to it, the soul figured only it could see the panel. Oh, I guess it's finally starting, huh? Sure beats the boredom of being a fetus. The soul nearly cheered. System integration complete. Body-soul fusion, 100% status, race, human. Name? LV, 0 age, 0, still in womb, oh. Like that one manhwa. Or, several hundred novels. At least it's basic. All checks out too, I think. Can't tell if 10 is normal for intelligence. But what worries me is the question mark about me being human. The soul wondered. Quest function is disabled until the player reaches 5 years old. Inventory and status windows can still be accessed. Store unlocks at level 20, bloodline detected. Integration commencing, the system panel then went away, leaving the soul back in darkness, though with a new feeling of excitement. Some strange feeling of warmth emanated from its chest, slowly rising until it reached every part of the still-growing body. It was unexpectedly gentle, coursing through the body in cycles. Surprisingly enough, it didn't stop there either. The warmth trailed off their hand, which was being held by their twin sibling. The feeling of warmth radiated through the twin and back into the soul's body repeatedly. Only after 100 cycles did it finally cease. Bloodline, I hope it's a cool one. Tired now though. The soul felt their body's eyelids get heavier and heavier, until it fell into a blissful sleep. A sleep that its twin had also fallen into. 1 day later, wah! The soul awoke to a loud noise, its eyes covered in blood. Ugh, what? Wait. Oh shit. It's finally here. The soul cried out in excitement. AAU was the only thing that came out though as they tried to look around, blinking as the bright hospital lights stung their still sensitive eyes. Twins. Holy, Ray, we have twins. A masculine voice cried out in joy before the soul felt its body shake. Careful. The soul nearly cried out in panic. Tai, you dumbass. Don't shake me when I have the babies. Let the doctors clean them. A tired female voice replied to him, sighing at the crying baby in her left arm. Sorry. Too excited. The male voice replied in a guilty tone. Aw. The soul babbled out a noise as it felt new hands take it from its mother. If only I could, just open my eyes. I think I can make out their words too. Ugh. Stimulation overload. It's gonna suck being a baby. But at least I'm out of the womb, the soul thought to itself thankfully while trying to ignore its wailing twin nearby. After a few tests and some very gentle cleaning, the soul could finally see. It, along with its now much quieter twin, who now laid beside them, were being brought back to their mother. Now, they were finally able to put faces to their parents and maybe figure out who they were. Though once they saw their mother, their eyes widened just a little. Laying on the hospital bed, was a woman with long, black hair and pale skin. Next to her, was a tanned man with bright blonde hair and a 5:00 shadow. On each side of the bed were two more people they could recognize too. A man with short hair, clean-shaven face and a paler skin tone stood on the right while a woman with medium-length red and black hair stood on the left. Though they all looked at the twins with some kind of anticipation. As the doctors handed the twins over to the mother, the soul looked up into her red eyes with mixed feelings. Oh. I'm a Xiaolong. Then my twin is. The soul looked at their sister, who was now soundly asleep, head resting on her mother's chest. They're beautiful. Look at her eyes, they look just like yours, Raven, Summer Rose whispered, peering over her shoulder with a warm smile. And her twin. Little blonde hair, just like Tai's. Hee hee. Crow Branwen chimed in too, leaning his arm on Tai's shoulder. She looks just like me. Raven muttered while looking into her awake baby's red eyes. Wait. She? Well, how about that? Guess I never had the thought of checking my gender while I was in there. Not that I could for most of it. The newborn thought before looking back up at her mother. I'm terrible with names, Tai. What do you think? Raven asked, holding her children just a little tighter as she gazed back down at her babies. I was originally thinking Yang, if she had my hair color. But there's a good sister name to it too. Fits, actually. Seeing her sister has your hair. Yin. Tai smiled and ran his finger across their cheeks gently. Like the Mistralian version of the old legend of the two brothers? Not bad. Crow replied with a grin. It sounds cool too. Yin and Yang. Summer chimed in, adding a karate chop motion. They're good names. Raven nodded, peeling her eyes away from her children and looking at Tai. So when can we leave? I'm eager to get off this bed and lose the pregnancy weight soon. Raven asked, sounding eager to leave. Damn, sis. You just popped out two human beings. You can't just take it easy for a day and recover. Crow replied with a teasing grin. Inha. Yeah, I like it too. Better than being named after a bird, that's for sure. Ah. I'm tired again. Yin yawned, feeling her eyelids droop once again before falling asleep to Team STRQ's banter. A week later Yin started to get tired again. Not physically, but mentally. As soon as they got out of the hospital, she expected to be blown away by the sight of Vale. Some kind of grandiose view that would make for some excellent self-commentary or even perhaps ignite an adventurous spark within her. That wasn't quite the case though. Given she unintentionally slept through the whole ride home and had woken up in some kind of DIY wooden house that Team STRQ apparently made under Summer's strict supervision. All she really saw outside were trees and more trees. At least she was able to watch TV while Raven breastfed her and Yang. Something she at first felt weird about but got over after a day or so. Speaking of Yang, her twin seemed to get pretty fussy whenever Yin wasn't nearby. Though fussy was putting it lightly. She would cry until she was at least within a meter of Yin. Tai enjoyed testing that out one day while Raven began to exercise. Yang, stop poking me. I'm trying to watch the TV. Where's the remote? Yin suppressed a rather adult-sounding groan while looking around. They were both placed on a crib in the living room while Tai sat on the couch and spun the small rotating baby toy above them. He changed the channel from what looked like actually interesting shows to... Oh no. Yin gasped. I'm just a kid who's 4. Each day I grow some more. I like exploring. I'm Caillou. Tai turned up the TV and looked at his daughters with a smile. Though one looked entertained while poking her sister, Yin looked absolutely horrified. No. You did not make this bald fuck canon in this remnant. For the love of God, turn it off. Tai. Yin glared daggers at her father. Though to Tai, the look was misinterpreted. Oh. Did someone make a stinky? He laughed and comically made a funny face. God damn it. 4 weeks later Yin eventually got the message through to her father about her feelings on Caillou. Though it was only after she had to suffer those 8 shows, all whilst Yang drooled on her. She was quickly getting of being a baby. The only positives were the changing numbers on her status screen and the comfortable feeling she had when around her sister. HP had increased from 0.1 to a whopping 0.3 points. That was it though. At least this told her that growing up will naturally increase her stat points. Eat, sleep, shit and piss. Yeah, I can't wait until I get old enough to walk and use the toilet. Shitting myself stopped being funny the 3rd time around. But Tai's reaction is still funny. Yin smiled, remembering last time when Tai was changing Yang and almost threw up at the smell. That's what you get for putting Caillou on, you dick, Yin huffed, being quiet enough so as to not wake her napping sister. Then she saw her mother, Raven, silently walk down into the living room and glance in her direction. Making a difficult expression, she changed directions and walked over to the crib in the living room and looked down at her silent yet awake daughter. Red eyes meeting red eyes. Oh. Is Raven going to get the milk already? Damn. I was getting used to breastfeeding too, Yin thought to herself as Raven's brows furrowed. Why don't you ever cry like your sister? Raven asked silently before picking Yin up and holding her close to her chest. Ah. Damn. I've been too busy trying to learn anything to realize. That's probably a bit weird, right? Yin thought to herself. Well, let's not start crying now that she mentioned it. Raven's a smart woman. Maybe she'll suspect something. That, and I kinda don't want her to just leave me. I think I'm starting to get attached. Yin concluded, grabbing Raven's clothes. Ha. You're just well behaved, I suppose. I don't know how to be a good mother. Raven muttered, rubbing Yin's back. Must be tough. Couldn't be me though. Yang can carry the bloodline on if she wants. Oh wait. She gets with Blake, doesn't she? Well, there goes that. Yin half shrugged. Ew. Yang cried, grabbing the air for her sister. Oops. Took you for too long. Sorry, but I'll use you to pacify your sister. Raven apologized, setting Yin down next to Yang, who grabbed her face and returned to her nap. I wonder if she'll grow out of this attachment phase. Yin thought, grunting as her sister squeezed her cheek. Tagging in summer, about a year has passed since Yin has been born and things began to change in the Xiaolong household. Raven had been off on missions and rarely spent time with Tai or the twins. Yin suspected she would leave pretty soon, as RWBY was supposed to be born 2.5 years after Yang's birth. Aside from that, a silent war had begun with Yin and Tai. Tai had been encouraging them both to try and say, Daddy, Papa, or Dada. All attempts have failed. Though that was mainly due to Yang, sweetie. Sigh. Dada, Tai cooed, face hovering over Yang. Yin. Yin. Yanyan. Yang happily replied. Aha. Yeah, that's your sister. But what about Dada? Tai's face twitched. D-A, Yin. Yang replied, spittle hitting Tai's face. Yin, who was sitting up nearby, smiled maliciously to herself. That's what you get for putting that fucking show on every day, you bastard. I've been whispering my name to her every night for months. And you know what? Keep putting that show on and I'll get her to say summer before she says Dada. Yin smirked to herself, watching Tai try and fail to get Yang to say his name. He then switched his attention to Yin. Smile still twitching, he asked Yin to say it next. Yin? Can you say Dada? Tai asked sweetly. Dea. Mama. Yin replied, looking down upon him. Ugh. Dada. Daddy. Tai pleaded. Yin rubbed her chin and softly snorted before sealing his fate. Mama. With that, Tai fell to his knees dramatically. Whyyyy. Ah ha ha ha. Tai cried to the heavens, both hands grasping his blonde locks and pulling in sheer frustration. Unfortunately for him, Raven had walked downstairs, seeing his mental breakdown. She also noticed Yin laughing at him, with Yang laughing because her sister was. Tai. What are you doing? Are you trying to get them to talk? They're one. Raven sighed. They can. Yin even said, Mama, damn it. Tai sulked. Wait, really? Raven asked, looking to her baby look-alike. Mama? Yin said, seeing Raven's brows raise. Oh. So she did. Raven cleared her throat and shrugged it off. Come on. It's your first time hearing that, right? Tai poked his head out of his hands and asked. So? She's smart. I'm glad. I have to go. Meeting with Ashbin. Raven sighed, turning away from her children. Will you be back tonight? Tai asked. Yes. Raven answered after a long pause while grabbing Omen and opening the back door. She stopped for a few seconds before continuing on, not looking back. Ah. I guess it's time for her to get the milk and cigarettes. Sorry, Yang. Yin apologized, feeling pity for her twin, who resumed her favorite pastime of poking and grabbing her once again. That night after having her dinner, Yin and Yang quickly fell asleep. though Yin found herself waking up when she felt herself being lifted out of the crib. Her crimson eyes peered open to see Raven holding her in her arms and gazing at her face with a contemplative expression. "Sorry to wake you, little one. I'm just thinking," Raven whispered. "You're intelligent. You only cry when you need something, you keep your sister happy and you're well behaved. Maybe I can take you with me," Raven muttered, oblivious to the widening of Yin's eyes. "Damn it. No, I shouldn't. Why did this have to get so complicated? So hopeless. I don't want you and your sister to be a pawn in his game. But you need to grow up strong. Strong enough to face any Grimm in your way, strong enough to see all the bullshit and choose your path," Raven whispered before laughing in a self-depreciating manner. "I'm going away for a while, Yin. Maybe someday I'll take you with me. But not now. Tai will move on. Summer will get what she's wanted and you and your sister will get a real mom. A better one." Raven stroked Yin's cheek with her thumb, feeling her small hand gasp it. "You're pretty dramatic." "Oh, what the hell. I've gotten attached to you all. Just don't expect this all the time. Unless I want something, maybe." Yin thought before grabbing Raven's clothes and hugging her. "Mama." Yin called out, hearing Raven's breath hitch. "I love you both." Raven muttered with a shuddering exhale, wiping her eyes before laying Yin down beside Yang. "Goodbye," Raven whispered, before unsheathing her blade and opening a red portal, stepping in shortly after. Yang should be fine for now. Tai's probably gonna get all sad though. Maybe it won't be that bad though. Yin thought to herself before shutting her eyes once more. 2 months later, unfortunately for Yin, Tai had not been as okay as she had hoped. In fact, he was quite depressed. He had been trying to call her scroll for days and had even tried to get Crow and Summer to help him find her, but it was useless. The note she left him had explained that she could not live the life of a mother and return to the Branwen tribe, to lead it. Of course, Summer and Crow had been staying over to help him and the twins, but having been left a single father shook Tai to his core. Fortunately for him, Summer was a very supportive friend who was more than happy to step up and take care of him and the twins. In fact, she had been encouraged to stay in the house, since Tai needed to take up a job, now that Raven wasn't bringing home any money. "Tai! Turn off that awful show. Yin hates it," Summer called out as she walked from the kitchen to the living room, where Yin and Yang were seated on top of Tai's lap. "Huh? She does?" Tai asked, before looking at Yin's scrunched-up expression. "Oh. I thought she was just concentrating," Tai muttered, changing the channel from Caillou immediately. "Thank you, Summer. Any longer and I'd have started my villain arc," Yin sighed in relief. The nightmare was over. "You know, I was thinking. We should take the kids into town. They've been cooped up in here ever since they were born, right? Maybe a bit of stimulation will do them some good. I read it in a first-time mommy's book," Summer cheerfully suggested. "You're very quickly becoming my favorite person, Summer." Stuck inside, watching Teletubbies, Caillou and Foursquare while Yang barfs, pokes and drools on me is driving me fucking insane. Yin perked up, tempted to nod her small head. "Ah, see. Yin looks happier already. Let's get them dressed up and in their stroller," Summer happily exclaimed before taking off to find the stroller. "Ha! What a woman." Tai sighed in contentment as he picked the two up. "Aha!" Yang squealed in joy. Finally, I get to actually see how different this world is from the original. Yin threw her arms up in excitement. Patch Island, the cabin house, was off the beaten path from the rest of Patch. Though it was a 10-minute walk through a nice forest, Yin observed it wasn't that different from the original. It was when they finally entered the more crowded area of Patch did she notice a few things. Patch was not a village. No, it was reaching the upper limits of a town. Cobblestone ground, dozens of shops, buses, flying ships overhead and over 100 people walking the streets, all carrying on with their day. Damn! This is more of a hub than I thought. Must have drove off the Grimm nearby. I haven't even seen one in the backyard. Though Raven and Tai do go out back to do something. Technology seems a bit better too. Maybe that's why. I wonder what Vale looks like. Yin wondered to herself, taking in the sight of Patch. Just in, Leviathan has been spotted in the West Vacuo Sea. All non-huntsmen and military personnel are advised to avoid the area for the foreseeable future. Yin caught a news report from a TV inside a nearby shop, instantly taking her attention. The mythical Grimm are quieter than usual. Think you'll catch a break, some? Tai asked as they stopped and looked at the footage of an enormous armored white fin surfacing far out in the ocean. Ojbin's been watching them. I don't usually face them head-on. Anytime I get close, they leave the area. A bunch of them are hibernating, so I think we'll see a few good years of peace. Summer smiled and assured him before they continued on their walk. Mythical Grimm. This has some implications. Does Salem control them? What are they? How powerful are they? It. I wanna grow up faster. Yin frowned, lost in her thoughts until Yang poked her cheek to get attention. Turning her gaze back to her sister, Yin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Will you be strong enough to face them? Yin sighed, exhaling nasally before catching Yang's finger and poking her right back, making the 1-year-old burst into a fit of giggles. A year later things got a bit more interesting since Yin learned about the greater world. Even if it was just a little, she was expanding her knowledge. She now had the motor skills to change the channel when nobody was looking. Mostly to look at the news. Maybe because the original RWBY never delved into what kind of media was around, but Yin found it pretty lackluster. Some basic websites here and there, some okay singers and artists. But it was lacking. Which she found strange, given the kingdoms should want the common people to be happy, considering the Grimm are drawn to negativity. She mainly stuck to the news. The rise of a peaceful White Fang, the new CEO of Schnee Dust Company, the dangerous Branwen tribe of Mistral. But nothing too fear-inducing or depressing. Still, watching the news taught her a lot. But Yin figured she would have to go out and experience the world herself when she gets older. Besides that, Summer and Tai got together, to nobody's surprise. Yin had to cover her ears at night a month after Summer moved in. Yang had no idea what the noises were, so she hardly cared. Given how often Yin had to cover her ears, it was no surprise when Summer quickly became pregnant. And currently, Yin was watching her sister while seated in a chair outside of a hospital room. Tai, of course, was right beside Summer, holding her hand. How? Sounds rough, indeed, and last but not least, Crow was sitting next to Yin and Yang, completely drunk. Ag. Tai. This is your fault. You did this to me. Summer screamed, scaring Yang further into Yin's arms. Summer. Ow. Ow. Sweet baby, please come out soon or Daddy will have his hand broken. Tai yelled back in pain. I'm never having kids. I swear to God. Yin shuddered as the yells of pain continued. Ehehe. Crow laughed to himself as a loud crack came from within the room. Ahewawaha. Tai screamed once more. It's a girl. A doctor spoke up happily. Ha. Ha. Oh. She's beautiful. Summer cooed, her tone taking a complete 180 from how she sounded just a few seconds ago. Oh. It's Donnie. Come on girls. Crow laughed and scooped up Yin and Yang before walking into the room, where the doctors were cleaning the blood off the baby. Tai had his right arm hanging limply beside him, but despite the pain, he happily took in the sight of Summer and their baby. Summer smiled at them and beckoned them closer. Ah. Yang, did Daddy scare you? Summer asked the sniffling Yang, who shook her head and looked down at the baby with interest. Ha ha ha. Good. Yin, Yang. Meet your baby sister, RWBY. Summer spoke softly, showing the small silver-eyed baby to them both. Welcome to the family, RWBY. May God have mercy on your soul. Awakening after RWBY's birth, the days seemed to pass on by. Tai started teaching at Signal, the pre-huntsman school on Patch. Summer took secret jobs Yin was sure Ajban was giving her. And Yang finally found someone else to amuse herself with, though not completely. She often pulled Yin along to go visit RWBY in her crib. Yin had to stop her twin from giving baby RWBY hard candies and chocolate more than a few times, but the days were peaceful. Until the day of their 5th birthday. Yin woke up in the night, gasping for air. Her body feeling as if it were being submerged in ice and fire all at once. Her blood vessels engorging and pushing against her skin and muscles painfully. Her eyes stinging as if tiny ants were all biting them incessantly. It was, by far the worst pain she had experienced. And it had only just begun. RRGH. A grunt of pain escaped her lips as her muscles contracted and stretched, causing her to fall to the floor. Thud. Yang, who was asleep in her bed across from Yin, noticed the sound of her sister falling out of her bed. Rubbing her eyes, she chuckled at the thought of her aloof sister falling in her sleep. Though when she looked over, she froze in fear. Yin was writhing on the floor, her veins bulging and her fists balled up. She could even see blood coming from her mouth. Yang quickly leapt off her bed and grabbed her sister's shoulders. Why, Yin? What's happening? Are you okay? Dad? Mom? Help! Yin is hurt. Yang cried out to her parents, given Yin's inability to speak. Yang? Yin? Tai called out, hurrying into his daughter's room with Summer seconds after Yang called out. Summer's eyes widened as she saw Yang holding Yin, trying to elicit any response other than pain. The lights switched on and they both gasped as they saw the state of Yin. Blood had been running down her chin, likely due to the fact that she had bit down on her tongue. It wasn't an alarming amount, but Tai quickly scooped Yin off the ground and Summer pulled Yang away. Yin. What's the matter, baby? Talk to me, okay? Tai pleaded, trying to hide his fear. RRGH. Yin's only response was a bestial growl as she grabbed onto Tai's arm. Tai's eyes widened as he felt his aura flare. The grip strength to do so, on a qualified huntsman, was no joke. Then he realized, the glow in her eyes. Bloodshot as they were unfocused and hazy. Yin's sharpened nails scraped across her father's aura as her crimson eyes changed hue. From a deep red, to a slightly lighter violet. He paused as he set her down on his and Summer's bed. Running his hand through her black hair, he tried to calm her down. Summer came in after a minute, looking just as worried as he was. Is it a seizure? What is? Is that aura? Summer asked in disbelief, watching a crimson/violet glow slowly spread across her body. I think it's protecting her. It's not a seizure. This is something else. Tai whispered, feeling Yin's breathing calm down. While the parents worried for their daughter, she was only partially conscious throughout the experience. Flashes of pain occasionally getting through in her half-conscious mind until she found herself in a black, empty space. A blue window opened in front of her eyes. Bloodline awakening, first step blood 79% complete status, race, human/hybrid name, Yin Xiaolong LV, 1 age, 5 congratulations on turning 5 years old. Player has awakened. Bloodline. Aura awakening and strength boost has risen accordingly. Then another pop-up appeared in front of her face. Player has unlocked quest subsystem. Daily quests will now be issued at 00:00 HRS every day, like training. Hopefully it doesn't start off too crazy. I'd scare the shit out of Tai and Summer if I got jacked in a few weeks. Yin thought to herself. Notice. System admin message received. Play. The system panel popped up yet again, this time, with a black screen beneath it with the YouTube play button. Yin sighed at the eccentricity of the goddess and hit play. She just failed to expect to see said fox goddess breakdancing with incredible skill. To some catchy but oddly familiar music. Skip. Yin pressed the fast-forward button, stopping at the half-hour mark where said goddess sat down in her seat. Hey. Did you like the dancing? Pyrrha and I are taking lessons. But that's not why I'm messaging you. I could have gone with leaving this message up to the system, but I'm pretty proud of this. Hecate greeted and explained with a prideful expression. So the half-hour dance was just an appetizer? Well, okay. Yin mumbled. As you may have figured out by now, there are more dangerous elements added to this remnant. As I'm sure you've noticed by now, there are special class Grimm. They rank these as mythical class, given they resemble beasts from myth, like the Leviathan you saw. In total, there are around 100 of these monsters. When you wake up, you should get the quest notification to slay them all. Don't underestimate these guys, okay? It takes a battalion with air support to even drive one away. Huntsman squads have tried and failed to kill them for a few hundred years. I think the last time one was killed. You'll figure that out yourself. Got too excited there. Hecate covered her mouth with a sly smile. Besides that, you'll get miscellaneous quests, questlines, omniverse quests and dungeon quests as you explore Remnant. All depends on your actions. About 300 dungeons have been added, all of them taking you to a sub-dimension full of monsters with bosses at the end. They rank from D class to God class. You'll be able to tell which is which from the system pop-up. Hecate explained, spinning in her swivel chair. Sounds cool. But what about, Hecate spoke up again, cutting Yin off. What about omniverse quests, I hear you ask? Well, those are special quests where you travel out of Remnant to do a specific set of tasks. Like, say, kill reincarnators that pop up in Jujutsu Kaisen, rob a bank in My Hero Academia, cuck Takashi in High School of the Dead. That kinda stuff. Totally optional, but the rewards are great, Hecate winked at the end. Wait, cuck Takashi in Yin was cut off yet again, this time by an intense pain coursing through her body. Fuck, I forgot. Yin clutched her chest and grunted in pain. And our time is up. We have high hopes for you, Yin. Man, I can't wait for Ray to meet you one. Terwin, what do you have in your hands? Hecate sprung up off her chair. A knife. A cute voice replied as the video ended and Yin felt her consciousness return. Awakening first step, blood complete, Yin awoke to her own yells of pain, finding herself in a warm embrace. Though she had not seen Summer or Tai. Gasping for air, she looked back, seeing a mess of blonde hair and the tear-stained face of her sister, Yang. Yin wet her cracked and bloody lips as she focused on her twin. A feeling rose within her. Yang felt different, somehow. As if they shared more than blood. Or maybe because they shared the same blood. Yin felt something inside Yang. Locked, sleeping. Yin reached her hand up, intent on releasing her twin until she heard Yang gasp in surprise. Yin. Mom. Dad. Yin's awake. Yang shouted, making Yin groan. Ow. I have a bitch of a headache, Yang. But thanks to that. Yin lowered her hand, taking steady breaths while Yang fussed over her. Tai and Summer sprinted back upstairs, Tai holding the phone up to his ear while Summer looked her over. Apparently, Tai had ran downstairs to call a doctor over to their house. Yin sighed in relief, knowing she hadn't been out for long. But that feeling from Yang. Did I give her that bloodline when we were still in the womb? And why did I reach out to try and wake it up? That's not something a kid like her should experience. Yin sighed and sat up, Yang persistently clinging to her in concern. Sorry. I feel okay now though. Yin tried to placate, yet Summer and Tai never lost the concerned looks. You're still going to get checked out by the doctor, sweetie. Now, don't lie, okay? Did you eat anything strange? Summer asked, though given the insulted look on Yin's face, she denied that reasoning quickly. I don't know what that was. Or why it gave you aura. Just let Mom and Dad take care of everything, okay? Summer asked with a small yet frightened smile. Amen. Yin nodded and hummed a response. Quest system unlocked. Training daily quests will be issued every day at midnight. As a congratulatory gift, player has been gifted 2 skills. Observe, LV1, Accelerate, LV1, Yin hummed and looked over the 2, guessing the skill effects. She mentally focused on Observe before a description popped up. Observe. A skill to assess the stats of other living/sentient/sapient beings. Yin nodded, turning her attention to the other skill. Accelerate. A skill that temporarily boosts your movement speed by 5% of your agility stat, useful starters. Not too broken either. Now. To address the crying child in the room, Yin cleared her throat, feeling Yang's strong grip on her never falter. Are you gonna be okay? Yang asked, sniffling. Yeah, Yang. I'll be okay. Yin smiled and rubbed the top of her blonde head. Promise? Yang asked, wiping her eyes. Yeah, promise. Sorry this happened on our birthday though. Yin apologized, seeing the blank look on Yang's face before it changed. Oh yeah. Happy birthday, Yin. Yang smiled. Ahaha. Happy birthday, Yang, Yin replied, looking out the nearest window and seeing a black bird fly away quickly. Wait, was that raven or crow? Crow wouldn't really be in bird form unless he needed to spy, right? Yin asked herself while looking out the window. I guess Mom really does care, In her own way, Yin smirked to herself. Earlier Raven had been keeping an eye on her daughters. More specifically, Yin. She had a feeling she was special. Though she had no real basis on that other than the intelligent look in her daughter's eyes. She often wondered if it could just be some narcissistic tendency of hers surfacing. Since Yin looks almost exactly like her, just with a slightly darker skin tone. As she observed, she discovered how intelligent Yin was. Looking for any chance to watch the news and learn about the world in any way she could. Raven often left her some books, to see just how high her comprehension was. She was shocked when she discovered Yin could understand and read the more advanced books her tribe had looted from the villages. In anima. If Yin's intelligence shocked Raven, her sudden illness shook her to her core. It hadn't seemed to be a disease, but any huntsman or huntress worth their title could tell that. Her blood vessels swelled, her muscles tensed and her aura awakened by itself. A rare thing to happen unless one was in a near-death scenario. And even then, it often doesn't awaken. While not an outstanding transformation comparing to a skilled huntress like Raven, Yin's sudden burst in power intrigued her. Seeing that her daughter woke up and was okay, Raven flew off before using her semblance to return to her camp. She has a gift. But if I know Tai and Summer, they won't let her use it until she's at least 10. Maybe I should offer her a place here. She's got potential and she's smart. Ah. I need to think this through. Raven rubbed the bridge of her nose before closing off her tent and stripping off her clothes to get ready for bed. Boss. Boss. The Northerners are moving into our turf. Vernal stormed into her tent, freezing up after seeing Raven's state of dress. TCH. Noted. Increase patrols around the camp. Come get me if it's really an emergency next time, Vernal. Raven remarked coldly before dismissing Vernal and climbing into her bed. And, yo. Sorry about last week. Went to Cuba on Wednesday and I couldn't really get a chap out since WN isn't supported there, diverging path, huff. Huff. Yin panted as she ran around her backyard. Yang and RWBY interpreted this as playing tag and decided who was it after a quick game of rock, paper, scissors before running with Yin. Which was good, as Yin would look strange if she was running laps by herself. It had been 2 years since her awakening and a few things have changed. The most significant being that Summer was alive and well. How? Yin wasn't too sure but came up with a few theories, since she can't exactly go up to Summer and ask, "Why are you still alive?" One theory she came up with was a simple one. Summer couldn't get in contact with Raven and didn't come up with that plan to confront Salem. Not to mention the lack of a certain storybook. But Yin figured Summer was special enough to not be ignored by Salem and the Mythic Class Grimm, so she came up with another theory. Summer was basically Ojban's trump card against Mythic Class Grimm. Sending her out on solo missions would be a brain-dead move on his part. And even given her optimistic outlook on things, she wouldn't risk it all on a chance to stop Salem. Her eyes were just too valuable to. Though, looking at her stats, Yin wondered if she could solo any of the Mythic Class if she put her all into it. Summer Rose LV. Age, 26. It took her multiple tries, but the observed skill was steadily leveled to the point where she could see a bit of Summer's stats. Holy hell, she seems strong. If I were to make a guess, I'd estimate Summer to be able to easily bench press a full bus without much difficulty, given what I've seen of her exercises. Dad's not far behind her either. Wait, what is that last title? Yin thought before hearing a notification. Daily quest completed. 0.5/0.5 kilometers ran, 30-30 push-ups, 30-30 sit-ups, 30-30 crunches, may not seem like much for a healthy adult, but this shit is tiring as a 7-year-old, Yin thought, catching her breath before feeling a small hand tap her back. You it! RWBY exclaimed before running away. Right. Tag. Yin muttered before letting RWBY get far enough away before she began to chase her and Yang. While running after her sisters, Yin glanced at the quest she received after her awakening. It looked a lot more intimidating, knowing not even Summer had killed one. Quest: Kill all mythic Grimm. Difficulty: Godly. 0/30 killed. Yin shook her head of foreboding thoughts and brought her attention back to her sisters. The Grimm could wait a little while. Right now, she wanted to enjoy the moment. After an hour of play, Yang had a scheming look about her. The one where kids look around to see if there were any adults nearby to stop what they were about to do. Yin, giving a tired RWBY a piggyback ride, narrowed her eyes at her twin. Yang. What are you doing? Yin asked, making her twin freeze as she made her way over to the shed and pulled out a little red wagon. Just pulling out a cart so RWBY can be carried easy. Yang replied, avoiding eye contact. Let me rephrase the question then. What do you plan to do? Yin asked, eyeing the wagon carefully. Nothing. Yang looked away and answered. She still wants to meet Raven. I thought Summer's presence here would have changed that. And where did she even hear about her? Yin asked herself, sighing at Yang's answer. Tell me the truth, Yang. Or I'll have to wake Summer up from her nap. And you know how she gets. Yin threatened. Whoa. Okay. I wanted to look for the lady in the picture. I saw it. The one with Uncle Crow, Mom, Dad, and her. Yang replied, face paling at the threat. Ooh yeah, dat one. RWBY interjected, nodding in response. And you wanted to go. Where to look for this lady? Why even look for her? Yin asked, seeing Yang's expression drop. 'Cause you look like her a lot. Like. A lot. Maybe she's your real mom. Wait. Are we not really sisters then? Yang panicked as her train of thought derailed. RWBY gasped in shock too, looking back and forth between them. WH. Kids. Yin muttered while rubbing her temples. Yang. We're twins, okay? We couldn't be more related than we already are. Where are you planning to go to look for this lady? Yin asked, seeing Yang calm down at her previous statement. Oh good. Well, there's this shack place not too far from our house. The picture's from there. So maybe if we go. She'll be there. Yang proudly declared as RWBY nodded her head. Story quest. Protect Yang and RWBY while trekking through the forest. Or, leave Yang and RWBY to trek through the forest alone. Reward for protection, skill, S-Wrath reward for leaving, single child status. Yin's face darkened at the alternate option. She could temporarily stop Yang from going, but when she took her eyes off her, she knew Yang would just go looking. The other option wasn't even a real option to her either. She grew pretty attached to her sisters, so leaving them to die in the woods just wouldn't feel right to her. Yin dragged her hands down her face and let loose a big sigh before turning towards RWBY and Yang. Fine. Just stick close to me though, okay? Traveling in the woods is dangerous. And you have to listen to me, okay? If I say run, you better run back here. I don't care how it looks. Got it, Yang. Yin stepped over to her sister and asked, arms folded. I guess. Yang hesitantly agreed. I want to hear you say it. Yin demanded. Fine. I got it. Yang relented, looking away from her sister's stern face. Good. Load Ruby up in the wagon. You'll pull her since this is your idea. Yin said, making Yang grumble as she put Ruby in the wagon with some pillows and a small blanket. And thus, they started on their walk through the forest. Yin was vigilant, expecting any manner of Grimm to suddenly spring out of the trees and bushes. She quietly assessed herself and wondered how strong an average Beowolf could be. Status: Yin Xiaolong race, human / hybrid LV, 1 age, 7 HP, 15 MP, 0 titles, none skills, observe LV, 5 accelerate LV, 2 strength. 19 vitality, 15 agility, 15 perception, 12 intelligence, 15 aura, D class. Free points, 10. The daily quests didn't give her an abundance of free stat points, as she had hoped. It seemed to increase her training gains, bit by bit though. She suspected more points would be earned as she grew and the daily quests became harder. Yin wondered how she stacked against the average Grimm. She had been saving a few points if she ever encountered one. Hey! Yin? Does the forest seem scarier to you? Yang asked meekly, keeping quiet as Ruby had fallen asleep. You know, we could still head back. You don't really need to meet the lady, right? Yin asked. I do. She's our real mom, right? I'm not dumb. We don't look like mom. And you look almost exactly like this lady. So I wanna know why she left. Yang muttered. I honestly hadn't expected that from her. I guess I underestimate you too much, sis. Yin ruffled the top of Yang's hair with a smile. I get it. But I don't think she'll be here. Not that saying this will stop you anyway. Yin sighed to herself. Hey. Sheepishly, Yang laughed. We're here. Yin called out softly, calling attention to the ruined shed in front of them. Jiro. Yang's excitement fizzled out once she saw the state of the shed. It looked like it had been torn down by something big. Yin noticed claw marks on the wood. She knew Grimm actively destroyed people and their creations, but this looked personal, almost. Yang stepped forward, trying to discern anything of note. But the only notable thing there was how ruined everything was. There's nothing, Yang said dejectedly. Yin nodded before feeling the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The feeling of being watched crept up within her as Yin looked around at the thick woods all around them. But she saw nothing. Yin grabbed Yang's wrist and pulled her back from the ruined shed. Yang, we're going. Yin ordered, but felt Yang pull back. Not yet. There has to be something. Yang replied, unwilling to give up. What did we agree on earlier? Listen to me, Yang. We are leaving. There's nothing here. Take the wagon handle and let's. Yin felt a pit in her stomach and forcefully pushed Yang away. A black blur suddenly barreled through where Yang used to be. Snarling in rage at the missed opportunity, it turned to face the two children. One looked more tempting, but the other's fear and confusion called to its instincts. Yang looked up at the 6.5-foot Beowolf with wide eyes, while Yin stood off to its side with a deep grimace. Yang felt her heart race with fear as it faced her, fangs opening to take a bite out of her. Yang! Run! Take RWBY and go. Yin yelled before her little fist hit the Beowolf right above its reverse-joined knee, making its balance unstable. But... What? Yang was cut off by another yell from her sister. Go. Protect RWBY. Yin called out, taking the Beowolf's attention. I'll get Mom. Yang replied shakily as she hurriedly pulled the waking RWBY away. Observe Beowolf LV, 10 age, 5 HP, 98/100 MP, 0 skills, Claw and Fang LV, 5, Howl of Fear LV, 3, Pack Tactics LV 8 Strength, 50 Vitality, 20 Agility, 30 Perception, 12 Intelligence, 5, Yin cursed as she glimpsed at its stats. Though it was a quick look, the Grimm used the opportunity to attack, raking its claws against Yin's aura, knocking her into the shed with a heavy thud. Fuck. This is cannon fodder. It's a fucking werewolf. Yin cursed in her mind before hurriedly backing away from the Beowolf's next pounce, which had destroyed the rest of the ruined shed. The Grimm's red eyes locked on Yin as its bony armored jaw lunged forward, biting onto her arm and shaking its head. Yin bit back a scream as she felt her aura tank another hit. The pain was mitigated, but being bitten was still not a pleasant experience. Yin punched its unprotected lower jaw to try and rattle its head enough where it let go. But it was either too weak or Grimm simply lacked brain matter to begin with. With another shake of its head, it smashed Yin through the planks of wood left over from the shed. Her aura flared once before breaking, allowing the Beowolf's fangs to pierce her arm and draw blood. Aff. Fuck. Yin cursed, feeling the Grimm press down on her, its jaw threatening to break her bones and rend her flesh. Reaching out desperately for anything, Yin grabbed a small, broken piece of wood and stabbed it into the crimson eye glaring down at her, shocking the Grimm enough that it released Yin and shook its now bleeding head. Yin scrambled to her feet and backed up, grabbing a flimsy piece of wood in her good hand and raised it in defense. Her other, bloody arm sagging uselessly as she bit her lip. Put all 10 points into strength. I'm not gonna outrun this thing with 25 agility, and even if I do, it'll just switch targets to Yang. Yin grimaced as she put 10 points into strength, raising it to 29. Still not equal to the Beowolf, but she was an arm down with a flimsy piece of wood, trying to kill a werewolf. She internally made some comparison to starting with the worst class in a Soulsborne game. He's coming again. Yin quickly dove away as the Beowolf lunged again, landing on her wounded arm with a hiss of pain before rising and smacking the Grimm's unprotected chin with the piece of wood. Raff. This seemed to only piss it off though, as it swung its large clawed hands and left 4 gashes across Yin's previously uninjured arm, splattering blood across the nearby trees. Yin staggered back, wincing at the pain before ducking another swing and smacking the piece of wood against its jaw so hard, it broke in half. Though the effectiveness of her impromptu weapon was severely diminished, the Beowolf actually seemed injured by the strike. Its head snapping back from the force and making it snarl in anger. Beowolf HP, 75 out of 100, Yin glanced at its status and gnashed her teeth. All of that and this fuckface only has a boo-boo. Yin cursed before feeling the Beowolf's hand grab her and smash her into the nearest tree. KH. Yin coughed as she felt something inside her rattle and crack. Yin Xiaolong HP, 3/15, so I'm gonna die, just like that. Yin felt a surge of frustration as she tried to pry off fingers trapping her. Story quest. Protect Yang and RWBY while trekking through the forest complete. Yin's thoughts slowed as the system's announcement had cut in. Wrath acquired, then a fiery feeling began to course through her veins. A haze of anger and violence settled in her mind as she looked at the lower life form that was about to kill her. Yin's hands pried the Beowolf's fingers away from her, snapping two of them in half before striking it in the sternum and making it fall backwards. Che! Ahaha! A hoarse laugh escaped her lips as she clutched her chest and glared at the Grimm. I'm not dead yet, Wolfie. She whispered before lunging at the rising Grimm. Ducking a fatal slash, Yin cocked her fist back and struck its chin, making its head reel back from the force. A knee then found its way onto its armored snout, breaking it and some of the armor before the Grimm felt another punch to its body smash it into the tree behind it. Unluckily for it, some branches had pieced its hide and it found itself impaled. Though that did not stop the onslaught of the human it had provoked. Yin rained down punch after punch, disregarding her bloody knuckles as she beat the downed and struggling Beowolf to death. Only stopping once it began to disintegrate. Ha! Haoa! Yin collapsed to her knees, supporting her weight with her hand against a tree. That was one Beowolf, Yin said with a depreciative tone. What if there were two or more? Yang and RWBY would be. Yin furrowed her brow and struck the dirt in anger. Then she felt a hand rest on her shoulder. Blinking, she looked up to see a familiar face. Raven looked down at her, her stoic expression betraying concern. You were here, weren't you? Yin asked, laughing to herself. At the end of the fight, I was. You did well. Raven answered, helping her daughter stand. Not well enough. I got lucky. Yin muttered in response. You did. You're still growing. But I suspect that reasoning isn't going to cut it with you, is it? Raven asked, letting her daughter lean on her for stability. No. I can be strong here, sure. But not until they think I'm ready. Yin answered. Then. Come with me. I can teach you to be strong. It won't be easy. But nothing worth gaining ever is. Raven said, looking into Yin's red eyes. I know. Teach me. Teach me, so next time. I don't need to rely on luck. Yang and RWBY could have died because I was too weak. Too cocky to put my foot down and deny her. Yin balled up her fist and admitted. I knew it. You really are. Come. They'll be here any second. Raven took her blade out and opened a red rift before looking to her daughter. Yin. Yin, hold on. Summer's voice called out as she ran over to the two. Raven. What are you? Summer stopped, seeing the heavy wounds on Yin and paling. I'll get her treated, Summer. She's coming with me. Raven stated, curtly. Sorry, Summer. I almost. Yin shook her head, not finishing her sentence as she noticed Yang run behind Summer. Next time I'll be strong enough. Yin stated, before turning her back on them and walking through the rift. Raven. You can't. That kind of life for a little girl. Summer was cut off by a snort from Raven. You've lived with her for how long, and you still think her a little girl, Summer? She's been training her body for 2 years. She's leagues above other children in intelligence. And she even outstrips most adults in tenacity. She beat a Beowolf to death with her bare hands, Summer. You can only call her a little girl in body alone. Spending her days here doesn't benefit her anymore. I'll raise her to be strong. Raven declared, turning away and preparing to enter the rift. Wait. Don't. Don't take my sister away. Yang cried out, feeling hot tears well up in her eyes. You aren't ready. Grow up. Get strong. Maybe you'll see her again if you do. Raven then walked into the rift, leaving mother and daughter alone as it closed. Yin Yang cried out before being hugged by Summer. Branwen Camp. As soon as Yin stepped through the rift, she saw a tanned, short-haired girl doing push-ups in a large tent. Upon seeing her, the girl stood at attention. Boss. I was just oh fuck did you shrink? The girl asked with a panicked look in her eyes. I'm too tired and injured to answer retarded questions. Yin replied before falling face first on the nearby bed. Bus. The girl cried out before receiving a smack to the back of her head, courtesy of Raven, who had just stepped out of her rift. Stop being an idiot and grab the medicine we raided earlier this week, Vernal. All of it. Raven demanded with a glower. Oh. Understood, boss. Vernal replied before hurrying out of her tent. Damn. Now there's blood on my linen sheets. Raven sighed before setting Yin's head on her lap and stroking her hair. Ugh. Yin groaned out in pain. Relax. You'll live. Just try to get some rest. We'll patch you up quick. Was the last thing Yin heard before passing out soon after. The life of a bandit, yeah, I often look back at that moment and think, should I have stayed with them? Would I ever get the chance to become truly strong if I returned with Yang and RWBY, back to our little house? A black-haired teenage girl said, walking down a busy street at night while someone walked beside her, taking in her every word. I doubt it. But it does sound like you left behind a good home. Why was strength so important to you? Her friend asked with increasing interest. With all the Mythic Class Grimm prowling the wilds, I thought if I grew up there and trained normally, as most huntsmen and huntresses in training do, I could take one on at maybe 18. But that Beowolf completely shattered my expectations. If there were any others out there, Yang and RWBY would be dead. The urgency for strength grew in me, you could say. The black-haired girl replied, folding her arms underneath her impressive bust. AAA. Air. So what did your mom have you do that made you strong? Her friend beside her asked, coughing to the side. There were a lot of things she taught me. She once told me that people are like weapons. That trials and danger equated to heating the blade and hammering out any imperfections and impurities. Too little tempering, and you have a crappy blade with a ton of impurities. Likely to snap when another, more tempered blade strikes it. Too much tempering, the blade becomes brittle and liable to break down. The black-haired girl explained, subtly smirking at her friend's reaction. I regret nothing. If I hadn't went with her, I'd never walk the wilds of Anima, visit the many villages in Mistral, meet the faunus clans of Menagerie or see the impressive mountains of Mantle. The black-haired girl stopped and leaned against the wall outside a nightclub, a nostalgic smile plastered on her face. What about Vacuo? The girl asked, standing across from her friend. Oh no, fuck Vacuo. I can deal with heat but the fucking sand drove me insane. Raiders were everywhere, an oasis could be found too. The Ravenet spat in disdain. Completely understandable. Damn. Looks like the nightclub opens at 8. Care to continue while we wait? Her friend asked, taking a seat on the curb nearby. Sure. I'll start when I woke up at the Branwen camp. Previously, Branwen tribe, ow. Yin woke up with a headache, sitting up in an unfamiliar bed while running her hand across her head. You're lucky you can even say, ow, after going toe-to-toe with a Beowolf armed with a stick. A mature voice responded, grabbing Yin's attention. Cue Raven walking in with a tray of tea, setting it down on Yin's lap before gazing at her daughter's eyes and humming. Good, you don't seem to have any internal damage to your head. Your aura should cover the rest. Here, drink this tea. Herbal blend that helps with that headache you probably have. Raven offered her a wooden cup, which Yin took before taking a drink. I was expecting Buckley's tasting water. Ahem. Not bad, Yin internally nodded and quickly drank the rest of the tea her mother gave her. Now that we're done that, we have some things to discuss. Firstly, being that I am a bandit queen. The leader of the Branwen tribe. A tribe you are now a part of. Though you'll be given special treatment, since you're my child, don't expect it to carry you if you can't pull your weight around here. Under 10, you can't participate in raids, so you'll be doing menial labor. Cooking, cleaning, dismantling animals for their meat, repair and other odd jobs the senior members and I ask of you. In return, you'll be trained, hard. Is this acceptable? Raven asked, looking down at her child with a stoic expression. Yes. Yin nodded in response. Address me as chief or boss near the others. When we're alone or it's just Vernal with us, you can call me M, whatever you wish. Raven bit back the words she intended to say with a small shake of her head. Okay mom. Yin replied with a small smirk. TCH. Cheeky little shit, you are. Raven shook her head, though internally felt some warmth at being called mom. Last but not least. When you do turn 10, you'll be expected to kill. When we conduct a raid, it's inevitable. We don't go out of our way to butcher everyone in a settlement, but anyone armed and attacking us dies. I'm sure you'll see death before you turn 10, but prepare yourself for it. Raven added, in a far more serious tone. Yeah, this is probably going to be my biggest struggle. How will I even react to this? Thinking about it, I can say murdering people who are just defending themselves is wrong morally. But what's this disconnection I feel? There's no revulsion, no sickening feeling, nothing. Is it the system, my bloodline, or was I always like this? Yin thought to herself before feeling Raven's hand on her head. Glad to see you take this seriously. Rest for now. I'll introduce you to the tribe when you're able to move. Raven said, pushing Yin's head back on the pillow. Okay then. Yin replied, closing her eyes. Skill, S-Wrath used. Temporary debuff to strength and agility will occur every use. Note, debuff will disappear upon next stage in awakening, good to know. Yin thought before feeling sleep take her once more. The next day, Vernal. Ya little shit. What did I tell you about drawin' on my beautiful face while I'm workin'? A blonde man yelled as two other bandits behind him snickered at him. Boss said I could if I ever caught you sleepin' at your post again, shit breath. A young girl's voice yelled back. It's too early for this shit. Yin grumbled before getting out of bed and walking out of the tent. There, she saw Vernal and a gruff blonde man arguing near one of the camp's entrances. The blonde man had several penises drawn on his chin, cheeks and forehead. With additional writing above his lips saying, "Give me cummies, daddy," followed by an arrow pointing down. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Yin, caught off guard, started to laugh at the blonde man. Someone appreciates my art, oh. Mini boss. Vernal exclaimed as she turned around to see Yin laughing. Fuck. What did she draw? Was it dicks again? The blonde man cursed before turning to more bandits, who also started laughing at him. Ah. That was good. Yin exhaled, wiping a tear from her eye as Vernal beamed proudly. You. I like you. Boss doesn't laugh at my jokes, no matter how hard I try. Not even when I put dog shit in Shay's hand, tickled his nose and got him to wipe his face with it. Vernal exclaimed in disappointment. That's disgusting yet hilarious. I'm Ian, by the way. Ian cleared her throat and introduced. Oh, right. I'm Vernal. Oh. Boss went to go out and asked me to guide you around. Mainly to meet the senior members and stuff. Follow me. Vernal then grabbed Yin's arm and pulled her along. Senior members? Was that guy you pranked the shit out of one? Ian asked, seeing Vernal purse her lips. Shay. Nah. He's a fucking idiot. He hits on anything with a pussy, fucks up his jobs and brags all the fucking time. We're meeting competent. Ian cut in, making Vernal nod. Yeah, competent members. Like Gray. Vernal then stopped in front of a large tent, though not as big as Raven's. Hey, Gray. I got Mini-Boss here to introduce to ya. Are you ass naked? 'Cause we're comin' in. Vernal exclaimed before pulling a reluctant Ian inside. An overpowering musk of sex, smoke and some type of perfume assailed Yin's nose. Her face scrunched up as she heard some groans and looked at a queen-sized bed full of 2 people. A woman with sizable breasts, short gray hair and a scar on her otherwise plump lips sat up and looked at the 2 of them with tired, bloodshot eyes. What is it, Verns? You're too young to think of steppin' up. The woman said with a yawn, not caring about her exposed breasts. God damn, those are massive. E-cups? Just lucky I'm not at that age yet. Ian thought to herself as Vernal shook her head. No. And you're only 27. Stop acting like you're so much older. I'm introducing Ian to all the senior members. Vernal explained. Oh. Damn. Like a mini raven. A real cutie too. Gray smiled and pulled out a cigar, lighting it and taking a long inhale. Nice to meet ya, hun. I'm one of the few here with their aura unlocked. I'm actually trained too. Gray explained as another woman in the bed wrapped her arms around her waist. Come back to bed. Still early. The woman grumbled. Nah. Out with ya. Gray huffed before shoving the woman off her bed and getting up, revealing her toned naked body. Lord knows I'd smash. Ian idly commented as she looked up at the bandit woman getting dressed. You're a dick. The woman exclaimed before leaving with her clothes. As she'll be back. All right. Come on, little munchkins. Let's get something to eat. We'll meet the rest of the members there. Gray said, slipping tight black pants on. Munchkins. Fuck you, I'm 10. Vernal cursed, making Gray laugh as she put on a red bustier and a gray open long coat before strapping 2 monstrously large dust revolvers to her hips. Still a snot-nosed brat to me. I think little Raven Jr. might be more adult than you, Gray teased. No way. She's 7. I'm automatically more adult than her. Vernal spat, as Gray stepped into her black steel-toed boots. Her disposition says otherwise. Quiet, observing. Shit, I think she was even checking me out earlier. Gray responded, making Ian cough. I wasn't. Not. Checking you out. Your chest is huge. That's all. Ian calmly replied. Well, nothing wrong with that. I check out the chiefs all the time, Gray smirked as she led the two out of her tent and over towards a large table, with cooking pots, dust-powered stoves and barbecues set up nearby. Some of the bandits had all began to trickle in, searching through some coolers nearby for food. It was only when Gray walked over did they fearfully step away from the coolers. Y'all know the rules. Scrubs eat after the senior members. Shay, get your dirty ass paws away from the meat cooler. And wash the dicks off your face. Gray chortled at the end as she took a seat. I tried. Vernal used permanent marker. Shay cursed, earning a laugh from all the bandits nearby. Ha ha ha. Good one, Verns. A very tall, muscular man with a black beard and short hair said before he took a seat across Gray. Oh, Yin. This is Festus. He's another senior member. Crafts our weapons so we're not out here with knives and crudely made guns. Gray said, earning a deep laugh from the man. Nice to meet you, sir. Yin greeted, unsure of how to speak to the giant. Ha. Sir. I like the respect, little one. Chief said. You look like her, but my gods. You might as well be a mini-chief. Festus laughed before turning to Vernal. Verns. Get us 3 slabs of venison, 3 green peppers and some apples. And don't burn the meat again. Festus ordered, making Vernal grumble before grabbing the meat from a nearby cooler and beginning to cook. For your first day, you'll eat with us, little lady. Then you get to learn with Vernal. Boss lady said she wants you to learn. But do good enough and we'll teach you some of our skills ourselves. Gray playfully nudged Yin's arm, nearly making her fall off her seat. Damn, she's strong. But this is perfect. I can get a bunch of skills here. Shouldn't take too long, right? Future, outside the nightclub, so did it take long? The girl asked her Ravenet friend. Longer than I thought, less than it should have. Cooking, skinning, cleaning, weapon crafting, repair. Those were a bitch to master. Combat skill though. The Ravenet smirked, a prideful grin etched on her face. I was a monster. A/N, sorry. Was sick last week. May have another chap out this week to make it up. We'll see. I'll do my best, smiley face. The first dungeon after Yin's departure, the days passed by relatively smoothly within the Branwen tribe. Her daily quests had increased in difficulty and began adding in a little more stat points. But the more exciting parts for her were the acquisition of skills. Even though a year quickly passed by, she was a kid and thus couldn't wield more than a bakken for practice. It's in the unarmed skill where she truly shone. Having upgraded it during the spars she had with Vernal and getting beaten up by Gray when she taught her. But while things had been progressing in a good direction for Yin, things hadn't quite been so well with Yang. Signal, Beacon Yin Xiaolong was grading tests in his classroom when he received a knock on the door. Looking over, he found the headmaster of the school entering with a rather angry-looking Yang, who had a few scratches on her face. Tai sighed, as if expecting this. It happened again, Tai. I can't keep the parents uninvolved this time either. The kids were beaten bloody. I think some were missing teeth. The headmaster shook his head and sighed. I'll talk to them. I'm sorry about this, Cyrus. I'll see to it she fixes her behavior. Tai apologized with a stoic expression. I'll leave her in your care. The headmaster nods before shutting the door. Sit down, Tai ordered. Yang looked down and sat in the desk in front of her father. Seeing the frustration and resentment on Yang's face, Tai took a deep sigh and dragged his calloused hands down his face. Yang, you can't resort to violence, Tai said, folding his hands with a concerned face. They insulted her. Yang muttered back, balling her fists. You know Yin never cared. She was the one who told you not to get into fights on her behalf. She didn't want this to happen to you, little dragon. Tai gently took her hand and looked at her bloody knuckles. I know. But they don't know anything. They called her a freak. A criminal, a loner, a... Yang's words caught in her throat as she sniffed and fought back tears of anger. Don't let their words get to you. You're right. They don't know anything. You need to direct that anger into something more constructive. And not just copying what Yin did. Running, push-ups, squats and sit-ups. Honestly, I had no idea she was exercising so young. Tai muttered. She's ahead. She went with her to get stronger. Because I failed. Because I was stupid. When are you gonna teach me how to fight, Dad? Yang asked, an eager expression written on her face. Ha! You know combat lessons don't start until you're 10, Tai replied but stopped himself when he felt Yang's grip on the table start to crack the wood. But I suppose we can start with some of the less physically intense martial arts. But only after school. Tai relented, seeing Yang's eyes light up in joy. But first, give a convincing apology to the kids you beat up and their parents. How many were there this time? Tai asked. 5. Muttered Yang while looking away. Okay, don't tell your mom but... Nice. Tai smirked and bumped fists with his daughter. Later after his girls went to bed, Tai sat at the back porch and enjoyed a beer. As it neared 10 at night, he heard the front door open and whistled loud enough for Summer to hear him. Tai. You're still up. On a weekday. Either you're horny or... Summer walked over to the back porch, poking her head out and looking at her husband inquisitively. Well, I'm certainly not saying no to sex, but I had to tell you something. It's about Yang. Tai said, earning a groan from Summer as she sat next to him. Tell me the kids aren't hospitalized. Summer pleaded. No, thankfully. But she took 5 of them and got off with just a bruise or 2. I took care of the apologies and everything, don't worry. What I'm more concerned about. Tai heard Summer cut in with a sigh. It's her strength. Which isn't helped by the fact that she took up her sister's exercise routine. She asked again, didn't she? Summer sent a small accusatory glare her husband's way. Yeah. I agreed. But we're starting off light. Something I'm sure Raven isn't doing. Tai mumbled as he took another swig of his beer. I don't like the idea of Yin tussling with bandits either, mature or not. She's a kid. On that subject, did you hear from Crow yet? Summer asked hopefully. Tai shook his head and grunted before setting his empty can on the armrest beside him. He's still looking. Mistral's a big place and if any more of us go looking, Raven's likely to move her tribe again. Tai responded with a solemn expression. Hopefully he talks some sense into her. Summer muttered. Mistral, I keep telling you, brother. She's fine with me. Raven sat across from her twin with arms crossed. Livin' as a bandit? Don't kid yourself, Raven. You're exposing her to murderers and thieves. Shit, who's looking after her right now? Crow asked, a hint of venom within his slurred words. They're not as terrible as you think. I changed things since our parents were killed. She's made friends, mentors. None of them being the weak city folk Yang's associated with. She's growing in skill, fast. She can already lay grown men flat on their backs. The only ones in the tribe able to knock her around are the senior members. And she's in bed right now. Raven retorted, ignoring the angry look on her brother's face. Well then you should have no issues with me checking in on her, right? Crow asked, seeing Raven frown. Do you trust me so little? And what happened to never coming back? You left Gray, Festus and eyes like they didn't grow up with us. Raven glared at her twin accusingly. I asked them to leave with us multiple times. But they, like you, refused. With their skills, they could actually be something. Instead, they chose to be. Raven stood up with a huff, shutting Crow up. Yes. Filthy bandits, I know. You want to see Yin? Fine. But after you confirm she's fine, you leave. Raven spoke quickly but Crow could hear the clear resentment in her voice. Finishing his drink, he leaned down on the table and stood up. Fine. After you. Raven snorted and opened a rift with Omen, stepping through, to the surprise of the nearby patrons in the bar. Crow silently followed after her, his hand on Harbinger, in case things got out of hand. As soon as they walked through, they saw Vernal fist fighting Yin while a large circle of bandits surrounded them and cheered. Upon seeing Raven and Crow though, they all went silent. Only the sounds of Vernal struggling could be heard. Shit! Ow! Why are you so slip? Thud. Vernal's words were cut off with a right hook hitting her jaw, courtesy of Yin, who then took advantage of her pain and hopped off one foot, bringing her other leg's knee into Vernal's face, then planting her feet on Vernal's stomach and jumping back. I'm not gettin' beat up by an 8-year-old again. Vernal then ran at Yin and threw jabs, hooks and crosses at her. Luckily her aura protected her from much of the pain Yin would have otherwise inflicted. Yin raised her arms and quickly blocked the jabs with her arms. Then weaved around her crossed before ducking 2 hooks, rising up and punching Vernal in the chin. Taking a half step back, she raised her leg and finished with a kick to her stomach, laying her flat on the ground as her aura broke. Aw! Vernal groaned, surprised she wasn't hearing any cheering or booing at the bets everyone had set up before the fight. What's goin' on? Vernal turned around, seeing the Branwen twins looking down at them. Yin raised her brow as she saw her uncle with her mother, looking surprised at the display but also uncomfortable. Raven shook her head and waved off the crowd dismissively. It's late. Go collect your bets. Quietly. Yin, come to the tent. Vernal, see Gray tomorrow to improve your hand-to-hand skills. Raven ordered, making the crowd of bandits disperse, though the older ones glared at Crow before leaving. She's gonna make me hit rocks again. TCH. I'll win next time, Yin. Vernal declared before pouting and running back to her tent. Hey Drunkle Crow. Yin casually greeted as they walked into Raven's tent. Ha! Hey kid. Hell of a mean uppercut you got. I see your mom wasn't exaggerating when she said you fought grown-ass men and... Ah. Vernal, Yin cut in. Yeah, her. I was worried, kiddo. So is Summer, your dad, Ruby, Yang. Crow saw Yin close her eyes and sigh. I know. But you can tell them I'm okay. That I'll see them again. But right now, this is my home. Yin replied resolutely. But kid. The life of a bandit. It's just not, Raven cut in with a scoff. Don't disregard her words, brother. I've explained what it means. What'll be asked of her in the future? You've seen she's fine. Now go. Raven demanded, opening a rift once more. Crow silently scowled at his sister before looking at his niece. He deliberated taking her and going through the portal. But even if he could, she would just return back here when they weren't watching her. On top of that, he knew she'd resent him and actively avoid him. Crow could only accept it and hope his niece wouldn't turn into a remorseless killer. Fine. I'm going. But Yin, don't lose yourself, okay? You're a good kid. Crow ruffled the top of her head with a small smile and left through the rift without saying a word to Raven. Sorry, Crow. I can't guarantee I'll be exactly the same when I'm ready to return. It's time I finally get some past level 1. Yin told herself, thinking back to the system message she received earlier when helping Gray hunt some game. D-rank dungeon discovered. Number of times cleared, 0 rewards, Malorian arms 3516 pistol, stat point crystal, C rank, Onigiri, and Abadachi. The rewards alone kept her excited. The pistol being one of the most stylish-looking ones in gaming only fueled her enthusiasm. Yin waited until it was late and she heard her mother's deep, relaxed breaths to sneak out of her tent. Being small had its advantages, especially when one is sneaking out of a bandit camp with a dust pistol, machete, and several dust rounds packed into their bag. Along with food rations and water in case she was there long. Getting past the guard was easy too, being that she chose the day Shade man was on duty. Yin passed by the sleeping blonde before stopping and looking at his snoring face. He was completely passed out while standing up, which was actually kind of impressive. Still, this didn't save him from Yin. Taking out a permanent marker, she drew large, veiny penises on his face, all nearing his mouth. Yin nodded at her accomplishment before continuing on her way. Luckily, the dungeon was nearby and Yin took a small dust-powered flashlight with her. There, in the midst of a forest was a stone staircase going down to a double door made of steel. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. Yin muttered as she pushed the doors open slowly, stepping into a vastly different space. It was a city. A modern one you would see on Earth. Only, it was in ruins. The stench of rot and death hung heavy in the air, making Yin nearly gag. The area where the doors were seemed to be an old metro train entrance. Or, it used to be anyway. The doors closed behind her as she stepped onto the street. D-rank dungeon, Undead City entered boss killed 0/2 zombies slain 0/1000, the system curtly informed. Though Yin could already tell what kind of scenario she was in from the amount of decaying bodies shuffling the street before her. Putting her dust pistol at her side, she readied her machete and waited until a zombie shuffled close to the metro entry. She was outside. Good. They're the slow Romero type ones. I'd be fucked if the Left 4 Dead types were here. Let's see the stats first. Yin thought before using her observe skill on the passing zombie. Observe zombie LV, 5 age 29 HP, 1515 MP, 0 skills, 0 strength, 15 vitality, 10 agility, 5 perception, 5 intelligence, 0. Seeing the low stats, Yin grew confident. Zombies were generally really weak, rotting carcasses. Only ever a danger if the plot demanded someone to die, if they were unexpected or if they were in a horde. Yin looked out onto the street, finding a few other stragglers but none in the immediate vicinity to her. So she took the chance, running out from the metro entry and swinging the machete straight at the zombie's head. Schlick, and immediately bifurcating its head. the congealed blood and brain splattering against the street unceremoniously as Yin pulled the machete back. A smile etched onto her face as she received another system message. Level up. Finally. Alrighty then. Time to start my grind, A/N, here be another chappie. Sovereign up next, the city of the dead THUD. Another zombie fell dead to the ground. Yin had begun to pick them off easily as they listlessly wandered the streets. Some had seen her and, of course, tried to bite her. But the main issue was their slow speed. They changed from slow walking speed to what could essentially be called a shuffle. And by the time they raised their hands, Yin had already buried the machete in their squishy heads. Swiping the blood and brain off the blade, Yin snorted to herself. This is the safest, easiest way to go about killing all those zombies for the dungeon quest, but... Yin stepped over the decayed zombie corpse and made her way down the dilapidated street in front of her. Stores lined up all along both sides had some of the undead in them while others were boarded up tight. But no real sign of life was really seen. Yin looked at the dungeon status screen. D-rank dungeon, Undead City 0/2 bosses killed 49/1000 zombies killed. Somehow, it felt wrong. Yin saw and heard a large group of zombies shuffling, groaning and gurgling as they made their way over towards her location. They could easily be outwalked without much issue. Yin took one step away from them and stopped, feeling a rejection from within. I'm running away from some regular undead. Yin asked herself, unaware of something stirring within her. Yin stopped in her tracks and looked at the slowly approaching horde. And right on time, another message appeared. It seems you're struggling with this dungeon. A regular human knows not to engage a zombie horde and to pick them off one by one to conserve stamina. But when were you a regular human? When were you ever a human? I've decided. As a little incentive to help you spice things up, here's a quest or two. From Terwin and myself, quest incoming. Quest received. Your bloodline has an issue with your current actions. Kill the zombies and bosses in style. Rewards, finally, some good fucking drip, bloodline reward. Reward. Note, the more flair and style in which you destroy the undead, the more reward. Ha. So that's what it is. You sure are asking a lot from an 8-year-old. Yin said, though the eerie smirk on her face betrayed any complaint she voiced. Let's see. Yin took out her dust pistol and carefully looked around the street she was on. A pub, a gas station, a convenience store and a few other stores that didn't quite give her fun ideas. Damn. If only there were a Walmart nearby. Cars are all probably out of gas or missing the keys. Yin muttered while walking into the pub and shooting two of the closest undead in the head. Bang! Bang! The noise, which she had been avoiding making before, sounded out, drawing the wandering zombies over to her location. Yin knew the closest ones would be there soon, but she'd be out of the pub long before then. Leaping over the counter, she ignored the torn-apart corpse of the bartender and grabbed numerous drinks off the shelf. Mainly bottles of vodka, but anything strong would do. Yin reached into her ammo bag and pulled out a fire dust bullet before slicing the bottom off with the machete to get the processed fire dust within. Yin opened a bottle of vodka and placed the volatile fire dust inside carefully before grabbing the nearby cloth rags which the bartender probably used to wipe down the bar. Yin then clicked her tongue as a zombie stumbled its way into the store. Yin walked over, shooting it in the head as she passed by. Only to see the horde maybe a dozen or so meters away. It had also grown in number too. What was once a few dozen, was now at least a few hundred. Good. Now there's the gas station. Yin muttered, looking at the gas station. Yin casually walked over to the gas station, pulling a pump and squeezing the handle. Thankfully, it seemed the pump was working and didn't have any safety measures in place. Yin tied a cloth around the handle and let the gasoline flow before doing the same to the other 3 pumps. The horde grew closer, but the anxiousness and trepidation she felt before had vanished. Instead, a subtle change began to take place within. Was I really so cautious about these shambling, rotting husks? Yin caught herself saying before shaking her head. The street had now become far noisier, with random straggler zombies emerging from the stores all around her. Their starved snarls, gurgles and groans almost deafening at this point. Yin climbed up a metal pillar until she reached the roof of the gas station. Come on now. You want a bite? Gather around, you pathetic sacks of disease. Yin yelled out as the zombies all swarmed the gas station. Spotting 2 more nearby store roofs she could easily access, Yin smirked and pulled out her dust pistol, shooting it at the gas-soaked ground the zombies were all stepping in. A fire instantly started as the fire dust worked its magic, beginning to set the horde below on fire. Yin jumped off the roof and climbed onto the roof of a restaurant next door before carefully grabbing the vodka bottles loaded with fire dust and throwing 3 down below in different areas before diving away. The gas station quickly turned into an inferno as the rotting bodies caught fire. And 3 seconds after she dove away, the station exploded, sending chunks of charred meat and metal flying across the streets. HNHNH, ha ha ha. Shit. I can feel the heat from up here. Yin cackled, looking down at the burning street as zombies dramatically smacked into the pavement, cars, walls, through stores, fire hydrants and into light posts. Level up. Level up. Level up. Seeing her levels rise quickly made Yin's grin deepen. The groans and sounds of flame became a pretty pleasant noise to her as she watched the street below. Yin snorted as one flaming zombie flew into car window, head first. Grah! A feral-sounding shout snapped her out of her amusement. One very unique zombie was walking towards her. Being at least 7 feet tall, it wore a black cowl over its face and had several chunks of metal embedded in its lower head. The zombie's muscles bulged through its ripped skin as it dragged a bloody, rusted great axe behind it, looking up at Yin, as if to challenge her. Yin felt an increasing excitement at the prospect of destroying an enemy that size and strength. Seeing that it wouldn't step into the inferno, Yin leapt over the ledge and grabbed onto a light post to slow her descent to the ground. Seeing her acceptance of his challenge, the zombie pulled its great axe into both hands and grunted. Observe, Zombie Lord LV, 20 age, 35 HP, 200/200 MP, 0 out of 0 skills, Infectious Bite, Undead Strength, Berserker Fury Strength, 100, Vitality, 35 Agility, 10 Perception, 5 Intelligence, 10, Yin furrowed her brows. It was definitely way stronger than a regular zombie. Tankier too. But it lacked speed, perception and it was dumb. Not as dumb as a regular zombie, but still. She could use that. If only she didn't feel the overpowering desire to crush its head with her bare hands. TCH, damn it. Gonna be a battle freak, aren't I? Yin cursed before opening fire on the zombie lord. The flaming dust bullets had only left small welts in its skin, which it was unaffected by due to its lack of pain. Yin cursed before quickly ducking a powerful swing of his axe. Though its momentum continued, smashing into a car's door and sending it flying into a nearby store. Yin's eyes widened at the power before holstering her gun and holding the machete tight. He's at least superhuman in his strength. Weaknesses lie in his lack of speed and sense. I just have to get to head height to really do some damage. Yin thought as the zombie lord reared his axe back and began a shoulder charge at her. Yin leapt to the side and watched as the zombie lord ran straight into two still burning zombies, crushing them beneath its feet before it managed to turn around. Yin had already begun to run after it began its charge, and using one of the nearby cars, jumped up and swung her machete at its head. The zombie lord put its arm out before the blade struck its head, allowing the sharp metal to slice into its arm before grabbing Yin's waist in one hand and lifting her up to face level. Ugh! Fuck did you used to be in life? A gorilla. Yin grunted as she felt her aura strain from the powerful grip of the zombie lord. Luckily, it wasn't content on just crushing her to death. The zombie lord pulled Yin in, jaw open wide, ready to take a bite out of her. Thankfully, it failed to trap her arms, thus when Yin got close enough, she quickly stabbed the zombie lord in the head before ripping the blade out and trying again. Oh woof. The zombie lord bellowed in rage, slamming Yin's body into the nearest streetlight, then throwing her at the ground. GFF. Yin hissed, stopping her momentum by planting her feet on the pavement and sliding to a stop. Her aura flared more, as if in protest to taking all those hits. Yin saw its face leaking a thick, viscous dark red blood where she previously stabbed. Getting a strange sense of satisfaction from it, she quickly observed its health and smirked. Zombie Lord, 70 to 200 HP, critical hit. Berserker Fury skill activated. Yin took another step toward the zombie lord as it reared its axe back, over its head. It then forcefully threw its axe at her. Yin's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly dove away from the speeding hunk of rusted metal. It hit something behind her, but Yin scrambled to her feet, too focused on the charging and now enraged zombie coming right at her. Yin stood her ground and prepared to hit its head once more, like a deadlier bullfight. Time. This. Right. Yin whispered, taking a step forward to cut down the charging zombie lord. As she prepared her swing though, a large fist took her by surprise from behind, punching her in the back. It caused her to fly straight at the enraged and charging zombie lord. Yin crossed her arms in front of her head and upper chest as the charging zombie lord clotheslined her, making her little body violently smash into the convenience store that had begun to catch fire. Outside, another zombie lord had joined the injured one. Seeing fresh meat and that its comrade boss monster was injured, it took Yin by complete surprise and scored a serious hit on the girl that killed so many of its kind so quickly. Both zombie lords grunted animalistically before looking into the dark convenience store. Another place, oh wow. That must have hurt for someone so small. She's even smaller than me. The cute, happy voice of Terwin exclaimed, watching the fight. Aura's almost shattered, fire surrounding her. Yup. Doesn't look good But you know. I think she likes it. A soft, mature voice belonging to Hecate spoke up next to her. Like Sister Artoria and Raven, I think she might have what it takes. Terwin nodded, holding her head up with both hands and kicking her feet in anticipation of Yin's retaliation. Well, that's partially why I chose her after all. That. And they could really change things for Here she comes. Hecate smiled, watching Yin walk out of the burning store with glowing purple eyes. Oh. Her semblance is finally revealed. What is it? It reminds me of. Terwin tapped her chin in thought. Burn. Let's call this one. Ignition. Hecate stated, looking at the now, quite frightening grin on the 8-year-old's face. Ignition, ow. Yin slid down the hard wall of the convenience store, glaring at the door she flew through as she picked herself up. Those sons of a bitch did the killer bee and I move on me. I'm actually a little impressed. Pissed, but impressed. Had no time for this earlier, but let's spend some stat points. Yin then opened the screen once more. Status race, human / Hybrid name, Yin Xiaolong LV, 10 age, 8 HP, 50-50 MP, 0 out of 0 titles, Little Bandit, Prankster skills, Observe, LV4, Accelerate, LV4, S-Wrath, LV not applicable, Dismantling, LV3, Repair, LV3, Cooking, LV4, Unarmed, LV6, Blades, LV3, Small Arms, LV2 Strength, 25 Vitality, 20 Agility, 25 Perception, 30 Intelligence, 20 Aura, C Class. Free points, 50, HM. Seems I picked up some new skills. Thankfully I didn't get any annoying pop UPS while I was fighting. That aside, leveling is way more efficient at getting points than training, which has only gotten me 10 points at most in the year since I came to the Branwen tribe. Yin thought, getting a better grasp on how the system worked. Yin then glanced at her stats again before quickly allotting all of her free points. Strength, 40 Vitality, 30 Agility, 40 Perception, 30 Intelligence, 30. After allotting her points, Yin felt something shift within her. As she walked, she felt a pleasant heat rise up from within her chest. A ravenous heat that made her more eager to kill the two bosses before her. Her lips split into an unsettling smile as she walked out of the store, her eyes now an ominous purple. Alright you brick shithouses, let's fucking go. Yin ran forward, a feeling of near euphoria settling over her as she saw the two slowly prepare to hit her. Like a blur, Yin leapt up and drove her fist into the face of the zombie lord that caught her off guard. Seeing a large hand reach for her, she quickly stepped aside and severed the hand of the already injured zombie lord at the wrist with her machete. Schlick. The zombie lord's hand quickly fell to the ground before it knew what happened. RWBY. The previously uninjured zombie lord roared before taking a mighty swing of his large cleaver at her while the now one-handed zombie lord ran off to get his axe. Humph. You feel slower now. Yin commented as she ducked a swing and slashed the machete across the back of its leg. The zombie lord stumbled forward, catching itself on the tipped-over car before swinging its cleaver behind it, in hopes of hitting Yin. Yin had already backed away, keeping an eye on the one-handed zombie lord running over while dragging its axe. Yin panted, the glow in her eyes dimming as the two prepared to fight her again. The slowness that the zombie lords previously possessed lessened as she bit her bottom lip. Ha! No. They weren't slower. I just became faster. Pretty tiring, actually. All or nothing it is. Yin slowly exhaled as the two bosses barreled at her, weapons poised to strike. Yin ducked the clumsy axe swing coming at her horizontally before seeing the cleaver swing right after it. Thinking fast on her feet, Yin opened the nearby car door to take the hit. Though the force still managed to knock her back a few meters. Yin heaved a sigh of relief, despite her aura flaring heavily. The zombie lords continued their coordinated attacks, pushing Yin back toward a wall. Full. Yin inhaled as the situation worsened. Her aura wouldn't sustain another hit. And if any of those swings connected, she would die. Yet as she faced almost certain death, the glow in her eyes intensified. I'm not gonna die. Not when I have you dumb bastards lined up like this. Yin's grin nearly turned feral as blue embers sparked all over her body. Soon enough, the embers materialized into flames that harmlessly covered her whole body. An ominous shape covering her as she placed one foot forward and leaned her body towards her targets. Her machete glowing from the heat, Yin reared it back before the world slowed in her eyes. Accelerate, LV4 activated, schlick. And the heads of the zombie lords were violently ejected from their bodies, not realizing what happened even until the very end. Yin forced herself to a stop a meter behind the two headless falling corpses, panting heavily. Thud. Yin smiled triumphantly as she received another system message. Dungeon quest complete. Side quest complete. 1043 zombies killed. 2 bosses slain. Requirements for rewards met. Yin read the message with a tired smile on her face, leaning against the nearby wall as she caught her breath. The last of her aura broke, having been spent in that final attack. Her machete now a melted, broken pile of scrap. But she had done it. Fuck. Maybe that would have been easier if I used the Fury skill. I don't want to rely on berserking. Yin muttered through her panting, then turned to see the rewards screen. Malorian Arms 3516 Pistol, Stat Point Crystal, C Rank, Onikiri, and Ubadachi obtained. Note, Malorian Arms 3516 Pistol comes with X120 ammo. The crafting schematics has been added to the system. Compatible with dust ammo types, Yin almost skipped in place as she pulled Johnny Silverhand's gun from her inventory and closely inspected it. Her fingers ran over its smooth metal barrel and a small giggle escaped from her lips. Ah! If only the theme song played as I wielded it. Yin sighed. Condition. Accepted. Optional, Rebel Path theme can be enabled/disabled in the inventory. Fuck yeah. Thanks goddess. Yin nearly clasped her hands together in prayer as she shouted. And these 2 swords came just in time. Yin hummed before putting away the pistol and grabbing Onikiri and Ubadachi from the inventory. I wonder if they're infused. Or upgraded with titanite. Nah. If they were upgraded, they'd be overpowered. You could kill gods with anything upgraded with enough titanite. Yin muttered before looking at the 2 crystals in her inventory. C rank stat crystal, strength, C rank stat crystal, intelligence. Yin mentally noted to take them later when she wasn't tired. Then the side quest reward screen opened. Some good fucking drip, fur-collared vest, fur-collared leather coat, black shorts, black Air Forces, sandals, training dogi. Yin raised her brow at the numerous pieces of clothing, more specifically, the shoes. I never understood the hype of these shoes. Yin shrugged. Congratulations. You have proven yourself able to receive the next bloodline awakening early. Once you turn 10 years old, you will instead receive the 3rd bloodline awakening. The option to undergo the awakening can be accessed through the status screen. It's gonna hurt like hell again, I bet. Yin sighed before dismissing the screen. Reward gifted. Random skill acquisition. LV, 5 singing acquired. The final screen made Yin confused. The reward of a random skill was nice. But singing? The only experience she had of singing came from her past life. Mainly when she was dragged by her friends to karaoke. She wasn't particularly good either. In fact, she was pretty sure her friends teased her for it. A blue rift then opened before her, taking her attention away from her previous memories. Ah, right. I really should get out of here. Yin muttered before stepping out of the dungeon and appearing right back in the dark forest. Once she got back, Yin took a deep breath of the cleaner air and smiled to herself. Though before she could enjoy the better atmosphere, she heard a shuffle next to her, coming from the bushes. Suspecting a Grimm, she reached into her inventory when it finally showed itself. Ah. Damn, kid. What are you doing out here? The breathy voice of Gray asked, coming out of the brush with a raised brow. Oh, it's just you. Yin sighed, pulling her hand back to her side. Shit, that's my line. I thought some Grimm had gotten close to the camp. Or worse, the Beermere. Fucking savages from Mantle. What were you doing? And why did you look so? Gray trailed off, looking down at her student. Look so. Yin repeated back, tilting her head. Ah, never mind. Come on, I already finished by round. Let's go back. Little kids need their sleep. Gray cheekily said before carrying Yin in one arm like a small dog. T.S. So do busted gunslinger bandits. Yin muttered back, hearing a throaty chuckle from the woman. You flirtin' with me, kid? Try again when you get older and look more like your mom. Gray replied jokingly. Will do then. Yin said, enjoying the firm but soft cushion her head was pressed against. Ahahaha. You're a weird kid. Even for a bandit. Gray snorted as they returned to the camp. Back to bed with ya. I won't tell the chief where you were unless she asks. Night, kid. Gray waved her off before returning to her own tent with a more serious expression than the one she had earlier. What the hell was that? Is she a faunus too? Gray asked herself, thinking back on Yin's appearance when she saw her in the dark. The glowing purple eyes weren't a result of her aura. The way they shone and the oval shape of her pupils made her shiver internally. Somehow, she felt more dangerous than earlier that day when Gray saw her. The bandit sighed and pulled out a cigar while looking down at her hand. Sharp nails, like those of a big cat coming out before being retracted. Maybe it's just my animal instinct kicking in. Gray muttered as she took a drag from her cigar. Meanwhile, Yin had walked back into her mother's tent and laid down on her bed. Luckily, Raven was still asleep and her silent return hadn't woken her up. Yin's eyes slowly closed, lulled to sleep by her mother's slow breathing. 2 years later Yin woke up in her tent, hearing her mother's groans as she finished her wake-up routine. Raven always wore a loose-fitting sleepwear yukata. The kind that cut off at her upper thighs and did nothing to hide the curves of her well-endowed mother. It was a bit difficult not to stare when she stretched and did her wake-up exercises. Yin, you're up. Come on, join me. We have a raid later. You'll need to be in top shape. Raven spoke, bending down repeatedly and touching her feet. Amen. Ahem. Oh, yeah. That's today. What's the target? Yin asked, shaking the image of Raven's well-toned and round butt away. Kuroyuri. There might be some resistance, but this is for more than just loot. The Beermere are gaining notoriety faster and faster. We have to instill some fear back in the people. Raven replied as Yin began her own wake-up routine. Not a slaughter, right? Yin asked, a frown on her face. Of course not. That's not how we operate. I want you and Vernal on the front lines. You've proven yourself capable ever since your second episode. Raven retorted, looking at her daughter as she stretched. Yin had another painful episode a year ago. Just like the first time she saw it, Yin had gotten stronger from it. Despite the terrifying bone-cracking noises and screams she heard from Yin that day, she emerged stronger. Recently, on her birthday, it happened again. But it seemed far less painful. Raven almost mistook it for PMS. After those 2 scares, Yin hadn't only gotten stronger. She had some strange presence that made most of her tribe nervous. The exceptions were Gray, Festus, Vernal and herself. The ones she spent the most time with. The largest change on Yin though, was the physical. It was rather strange, for a 10-year-old to look 13 or 14 after all. Done. Yin's voice took Raven out of her thoughts. Yin put the short yukata Raven got for her on her 10th birthday on before putting her own fur-collared leather coat, shorts, and sandals on. Raven had no idea where she got them, as they looked too nice to be made in the camp. She chalked it up to them being a rated resource. Ready, Yin declared, tying her now long hair back in a ponytail. Raven smirked and ran her hand across Yin's head. Then let's go, my little dragon. Yin only smirked at the nickname. Kuroyuri, Journal of Yin Xiaolong. Age 10. I feel like I should write this all down. In case I forget certain things or if I ever needed to infoblast someone without all the explaining. I guess I'll start with the bloodline stuff. Well, I'm a dragon. I mean, it's kind of obvious in hindsight. Xiao, meaning little, and Long, meaning dragon. But that wasn't what gave it away. I've noticed, ever since my first awakening, I've been getting more prideful. More dominant. I could control it pretty well. That is, until my second awakening. The third hadn't really affected my personality or desires, thankfully. I have no issues with the physical improvements these awakenings give me. Except the agonizing and drawn-out pain. But I guess that's just how it is. I've looked at the system's descriptions on the changes and will update them below as I go through them. First awakening, blood. My blood and circulation massively improved from a normal remnant human and faunus blood. I can fight off blood-borne disease effortlessly, the scabbing process is very fast and it can even fight off poison effortlessly. The main benefit though, is the stat boost to strength and agility I get every year since my second awakening, which has worked in conjunction with my first. Second awakening, bone marrow. Exactly as it sounds. The fatty tissue within my bones that create billions of blood cells. It acts as a support to my first awakening. The main benefit here, besides the support to my blood awakening, is that it has increased my healing factor. Not to a crazy amount, like regenerating limbs, but I can survive potentially fatal wounds that don't dismember me. Or so it was described. Third awakening, partial internal organs. My digestive organs have all gone through a pleasant change. Essentially eliminating my body's need to expel waste. My stomach and intestines are so efficient that my body utilizes whatever I eat at 100% efficiency. So in a layman's terms, I no longer need to use the bathroom. Pretty damn good if you ask me. Moving on to the events. Nothing really of major importance happened in the years I joined the tribe. Vernal keeps challenging me to fights, along with a few of the kids that probably felt I was growing too quick. Gray and Phesis train me in unarmed combat, firearms, repair and a few other small things. Recently, we had someone invited by my mom herself. A young adult named April. It's weird because she's timid, soft-spoken and lacks any combat training. Something Mom has taken upon herself to try and fix. So yeah, if it wasn't obvious before, April's the Spring Maiden. The one Mom supposedly kills in the near future. I briefly considered doing it myself but I'm fairly certain that means I'll have a personal connection to Ojban. That, and using power that I didn't attain myself disgusts me. Ha! Dragon pride, am I right? Yin finished writing the newest entry in her journal as the off-road truck bumpily traversed the anima wilds. A convoy of ATVs, trucks, and bikes were riding toward the town of Kuroyuri. Avoiding the roads, as it may give away their location and give the town time to muster up a defense. Yin sat in the front with Raven driving. Vernal and a red-haired, tanned girl sat in the back, holding on to their seats. Yin, were you even listening? Raven asked, glancing over at her daughter, who put her journal in her bag. You said, the strong take what they want. The weak die. Right? Yin replied, leaning her head against her hand. Humph. That lesson will become very clear once you get inside the town. You'll be leading the raid after all. Raven snorted, focusing her eyes on the horizon. I am. What will you be doing? Yin raised her brow and looked at her mother inquisitively. I'll be nearby, watching. You'll have Vernal, April and the grunts. Gray would make it too easy for you, and Festus will be looking for minor dust and/or deposits nearby. Raven explained, glancing at Yin's thoughtful face. All right then. Yin casually replied. She's testing me. Not just by leading the raid with one actually skilled person. She's testing my mentality. If I complain about her holding back the skilled members and expecting me to take the whole town with only a few of us, I'll have to rely on Vernal, since April's pretty much deadweight. Yin thought to herself before glancing at Vernal, who looked to be reading. Hey Yin. Vernal called out. Yes, Verns. Yin answered, seeing the contemplative look on her face. Well, since we're in Mistral. The name Kuroyuri. Vernal paused, thinking her words over. Well. Is this town full of black lesbians? Vernal asked with a serious face. For a while, nothing but the noises of the truck were heard. Ha! Yin slowly turned her head back to look at Vernal. I mean. Kuro means black. And Yuri means girl's love. So. Are there black lesbians there? Or was the town, founded by a black lesbian? Vernal rubbed her chin in thought. No more Mistralian comics, Vernal. Raven spoke up, her face twisted into a grimace. PFT. Oh Vernal. Next to Vernal, April suppressed a laugh and pat her shoulder. Rely on Vernal my ass. What kind of dumbass question? Yin complained in her head, fighting down the amused grin on her face while trying not to look at Vernal's disappointed face in fear of breaking out into laughter. It was a legit question. Vernal muttered in embarrassment. One awkward minute later, the off-road vehicles all parked on a hill. Raven hopped out and looked down at the town with a frown. It used to be a bustling town. Not quite city level, but many speculated that it could become a city like the capital of Mistral in a few years. But currently, it looked as if a natural disaster had struck it. Binoculars, now. Raven ordered with her open hand out. One of the male bandits quickly retrieved a pair of binoculars from one of the trucks and handed it to her. They were all quiet or silently murmuring to one another, given that Kuroyuri was a pretty large town with 2 clans protecting it. Raven used the binoculars, closely examining the town with an increasing scowl. A Mythic Class Grimm came through here. Tornadoes are very rare here and never get this destructive. Raven said aloud, making Yin frown. So Ren and Nora's backstory just happened. Makes sense that Horseman Grimm is a mythic class. Yin thought to herself before hearing her mother growl in displeasure. The Beermere are here. They're sweeping through houses, grabbing survivors and loot. Raven's scowl lifted, becoming a sadistic-looking smirk as she lowered the binoculars and glanced at Yin, who was retrieving her weapons from the back of the truck. Yin placed Onigiri and Ubadachi on her hips before holstering her pistol and looking back at her mother. "The plan's still on then?" Yin asked, walking back to Raven and grabbing the binoculars. "Yes. You'll be leading still. Kill the Beermere and take their captives back. How you achieve this, I'll leave up to you. I have faith in you." Raven then pat her shoulder and returned to the truck. Ren and Nora were supposed to be the only survivors. But I guess this Kuroyuri is far bigger. Maybe that Grimm left some alive on purpose. Yin thought to herself as she watched some men and women in ragged fur and metal armor pull people from their houses. Yin tapped the hilt of Onigiri in thought before looking at April. "Grab the dust bombs in the trucks. We're splitting our forces. Vernal, you lead a group of 5 and attack from the east after April sneaks over to their vehicles and plants bombs on them. I will be attacking directly from the south and splitting their attention in 2 directions." Yin turned around as the bandits gathered around. I don't know how to." April muttered, looking away in shame. "Of course. All right. Who knows how to arm the dust bombs?" Yin asked the group of bandits. "Hee. Shay D. Man rubbed his finger under his nose and pointed his thumb at his chest. "Your boy Shay knows how to create, arm and disarm dust bombs. Leave it to me, babe." He slicked his greasy blonde hair back and winked at April, who recoiled at his flirtatious attempt. Yin looked over to Raven, as if to confirm whether that was true. Raven sighed and nodded before looking away. "Fine. Shay, April and Iris. You 3 will sneak over to their vehicles in the west and plant bombs. While you make your way over, Vernal will take a group and circle over to the east. I'll wait 10 minutes before beginning my attack. Go pick your subordinates, Vernal. I'll take whoever's left." Yin announced, getting a mock salute from Vernal. Aye, Boss Jr. Vernal replied with a mischievous grin. "Junior? Ha! For being 10 years old, she looks older than you, Vernal." Shay laughed, much to Vernal's annoyance. "Motherphew," Vernal began to curse until a blade stabbed into the ground next to her foot. "We're wasting time. Pick your team, now." Yin coldly reminded her. I got it. Vernal replied, hiding her nervous expression. "Jade, Garrett, Haru, Bob and Carmine. You're with me. Come on." Vernal called out while walking away from the group. East is that way." Jade, a green-haired bandit girl, pointed to another direction of the town. "I knew that. I was testing you. Come on." Vernal grumbled as she led her group over to the east. Yin rubbed the bridge of her nose before glaring at the laughing Shay. "Why are you laughing? Get moving, idiot." Yin's cutting words made him deflate before looking at his 2 teammates and smirking again. "Come, ladies. Shay the man will lead you on this uber-dangerous stealth miss." Shay's words cut off as Iris, a red-haired bandit, kicked him in the ass, causing him to fall face first into the mud. "Talk after you arm the bombs. Maybe you'll get some pussy you won't have to pay for." Iris snorted while grabbing April's arm and walking west. "Ugh, wait, really?" Shay exclaimed before hurriedly picking himself up and running after them. These bandits are goofy as hell. Hopefully they lock in when the fighting breaks out. Speaking of, am I going to be okay? I've killed minor Grimm and zombies. But a human? A sentient life? Am I capable of doing that without freezing up? Yin looked up at the night sky in thought. She looked at the 3 other bandits that she was going to take with her. All were in their early teens, but it looked like this was going to be their first raid. One of the boys looked cocky or confident, thinking nothing of going down there to kill the Beermere. The other boy seemed to be hyping himself up, a pretty normal reaction for someone who had never taken a human life before. Lastly, was the girl. She was shaking like a leaf but trying her best to hold it together. She was really no better than April in that regard. Only one of them I can see surviving this. Actually, rather than being afraid of freezing up, shouldn't I consider the opposite? Feeling nothing? No. Actually, reveling in it? Like I did with the zombie lords. Yin thought to herself, softly sighing. Only the first time though. Clearing the dungeon 3 more times became boring. Yin clicked her tongue disdainfully, remembering the disappointing fights after the second time she killed the bosses. As her thoughts drifted to the possibility of huntsman-trained bandits, a battle-hungry smile made its way on her face. Yin opened her scroll and checked the time. It's time. Let's go. Yin called out to the other young bandits, beginning her walk down towards the town. Keep a watch on the battle. If any Grimm show up, notify me. Raven told the older bandits that stayed back with the vehicles with her. Now, let's see how far you've come, Yin. Raven smiled to herself, watching the back of Yin get farther and farther away. A/N, so I have a question for you guys. There's going to be an otherworld quest for Yin. What anime world should it be? Has to be magical and within her capabilities. So far, I have Fairy Tail and 7 Deadly Sins. Feel free to shout out more ideas. Thanks. Public service announcement. Sorry, not a chap. This is a PSA for anyone who has read or will read Earl's fanfic. The guy plagiarized 2 chapters word for word from another fanfic. Top it all off, he doesn't credit said author and makes money off it through p.a.tirio.n. He deletes 1-star reviews and anyone who calls him out for it, gets their comments deleted. Proof. Kuroyuri 2. Yin walked down to the entrance of the town with the 3 other young bandits in tow. Spotting a few articles of torn clothing, decimated corpses, and various miscellaneous items strewn about. Yin crouched down and took a look at the blood smears leading further into town. It seemed the bandits had dragged off the survivors and looted the houses already. The cocky teen bandit snorted in what she could tell was disgust. That's an interesting reaction. Yin idly thought before standing back up and carrying on, where she heard yelling ahead. We should. The bandit girl seemed eager to rush ahead, only to be cut off when Yin raised her hand. Ha! Are you feelin' sorry for these soft townies? Not very bandit-like of you, Rhea. The cocky bandit boy teased. Shut up, Brandon. We're supposed to be fighting the Beermere any second now. The second, more sure of himself, male bandit retorted. Kata's right. See? Even Yin's been quiet this whole time. Rhea muttered, bringing all 3 young bandits' attention to Yin as she walked ahead and observed the state of the town. Truthfully, I'm thinking about what I'm about to do here. But I can't get lost in thought now of all times. Yin exhaled before stopping at an intersecting 4-way street. To the sides, she could spot some Beermere bandits busily looting the houses on the sides. They clearly hadn't noticed them yet, so Yin glanced back at the 3 young bandits with her. Kill them silently. No guns. Slit their throats and circle around to the block ahead of us using the side streets. Yin ordered, seeing Kata nod before dragging the two off the main street with him. I guess I'll see once I come face to face with them. Yin thought to herself while silently walking Main Street. Stop. Please. Take our things. Just leave us alone. A young voice shouted ahead, Yin spotting a group of 4 Branwen bandits dragging 2 children out by the hair. One was a quiet but struggling orange-haired girl, while the other was a Australian boy with black and pink highlighted hair. The boy begged the leader of the group, a woman who happened to have long, dark red unruly hair and 2 dull green eyes. The woman just ignored his pleas and tossed him onto the stone street with the girl. Oh, we're taking your shit, no doubt. But you have value too. Ginger here's a cute, quiet and well-behaved kid. I'm sure some rich customer will buy her. If not, well, I guess some of the men might like M small. I'm gonna take for myself. I like taking beautiful things and messing them up. The woman casually said before gesturing to the 3 bandits beside her. Put M in a cell. Don't bruise him. I like to work my toys over myself. The bandit men looked at the boy in a small amount of pity, but listened anyway, forcefully dragging the 2 by the arms. Wait. Boss. Ah. One of the men beside her pointed down the street, where Yin had been walking towards them. Did we miss one? The woman asked before spotting the swords and gun on Yin's hips as she walked in their direction. The woman's eyes focused as she saw Yin's face. She went completely silent as she evaluated Yin's appearance, even grinning somewhat hungrily as Yin's eyes met hers. A certain ugly possessiveness took root in her mind as she stared at Yin. Oh great. A playground sniper. That aside. Is that Ren and Nora? Yin glanced at the 2 children who looked as if their savior had come for them. Yin's brows furrowed as an uncomfortable feeling settled in her stomach. She had heard the bandit woman earlier. Selling Nora as a sex slave and keeping Ren to abuse for herself. She felt small amounts of pity for the inhabitants who used to live in Kuroyuri. But the fates of those who survived was going to be far worse than those who died. She saw it, the genuine terror in Nora's eyes and the silent desperation in Ren's eyes. She was roused from her inner thoughts when the woman approached, apparently having been trying to talk with her for a few moments. Honey. The woman called out sweetly, words betraying her lecherous expression. I'm listening. Yin replied, making the woman halt in her tracks. Misham. You're not from this town, yes? You look strong. Care to join the Branwen? I'd rather not forcibly take someone who looks so capable. My name is RWBY Branwen. One of the daughters of our chief. The woman smiled, one arm lifting her impressive breasts up on display while slowly getting closer to Yin. Is that right? Yin asked, her face blank of any emotion. Yes. Join up with me vouching for you and no one will ever touch you. She smiled proudly, reaching her hand out and touching her silky black hair. I suppose I could. But it's just too unfortunate. RWBY focused on her lips as she spoke, ready to grab the girl and disarm her before she had her fun. What I irk. RWBY's words caught in her throat as Yin's hand forcibly grabbed it, cutting off her breathing. It really is unfortunate you were named RWBY. Yin replied before squeezing her fingers tightly. Crack. The crisp sound of broken bones was heard next. RWBY's eyes widening as she came to the realization that Yin broke her neck. She collapsed, her neck at a strange angle. The last thing she saw was her men looking her way with terror-stricken faces as the male bandits brandished their weapons and the boot of Yin stepping over her dying body, before her consciousness sunk into darkness. I have to thank you for making the decision easy for me. I almost considered killing you all painlessly. Yin grinned sadistically before pulling out her pistol and blowing a hole through the pelvis of the male bandit not holding Ren and Nora. Gah! Ah! It hurts. The bandit cried out, dropping his daggers as two more shots hit him in the left kneecap and the foot, blowing the two of them off in a terrifying gory display. The two male bandits holding Ren and Nora began to slowly move back while holding them in front, like meat shields, their guns aimed at their heads. Yin ignored the agonized weeping of the dying bandit and looked at the two of them. The smoking silver barrel of that monstrous pistol aimed at them despite holding the children up as hostages. Hey! Wait! Don't shoot us. You don't want to shoot the kids, right? One of the men cried out, shuffling backward while his grip on Nora threatened to break her arm. I don't really need to shoot you though. Yin smirked as the bandits felt blades cut across the flesh of their necks, not even having the time to glance behind them at their killers before collapsing back. Yin watched their blood gush out of their open necks before nodding at Brandon, Rhea and Kata, who had successfully circled around and assassinated the two bandits holding Ren and Nora hostage. Speaking of, the two were pale and shaking. It made sense, given the state they're in and what had just happened to them. Though Yin took interest in Ren as he scowled at the dead bandits before looking at her with thankful eyes. If you want to leave, you can. We're not going to stop you. Nora seemed tempted to take Yin's offer to just leave, but then she looked up at Ren, the boy who saved her with his semblance. He looked at the dead bandits in clear frustration. Ren clenched his fists as he glanced at the worried Nora, who was pulling at his sleeve. Yin recognized the look. Ren was steeling himself, coming to a, very likely, bitter realization. He then looked Yin in the eyes, having calmed his emotions. You look strong. Can you teach us? Ren asked, holding Nora's hand. Yeah. Same decision I made for the sake of Yang and RWBY. My existence already messes with canon anyway. So, fuck it. Let's live dangerously. Yin snorted in amusement, surprising the young bandits beside her. I suppose I can. I'm a strict teacher though. And I'm not the best yet. Do you still want to learn from me? We're probably the same age. Yin replied, watching Nora share a look with Ren, as if they were having a silent conversation. Nora seemed to be silently asking Ren if this was what he wanted. They both previously decided to leave Kuroyuri and travel to get experience. Though finding a capable huntsman to teach them would be difficult, there was really nothing left in the town for them here. Then, as they were about to leave, bandits swept in and attacked the already decimated town. Ren looked at the girl who claimed to be their age. How is someone our age leading dangerous people like them? Ren broke eye contact with Nora before he glanced at the teenage bandits going through the pockets of the dead Beermere bandits, swallowing a lump in his throat. He then looked back at Yin, silently appraising her. She radiated danger, confidence, disgust and several other feelings Ren couldn't pinpoint. She seemed like a decent person. Ren released a breath he didn't know he was holding in before looking into Yin's crimson eyes. Please, mentor us. He bowed, cupping his fist. Phew. No need for that. I'm not a young master or anything. I already hear some gunfire elsewhere, so Vernal must have started. Rhea, keep watch over them. You're going to see a lot more death, be prepared. Yin heard the distant cries of people, along with gunfire, taking the lead once more. As they walked, Ren paid close attention to her. From the way she glanced at the bodies of the dead, to the frown etched on her face when she saw the scuff marks along the ground. The Beomir had not been gentle when dragging the survivors out of their homes. It was a bit assuring to see that she looked down on these acts. "Can you tell us about her?" Ren asked Rhea quietly, seeing Nora nod in response to his request. Well. She's the chief's daughter. Yin Branwen. She's one of the strongest in our tribe. Has her aura unlocked and everything. Rhea whispered back, shocking Ren. Dad told me unlocking your aura below 12 years old is lethal. How did she? Ren looked on in amazement at Yin's back, wondering what thoughts were going through her head. Why didn't that woman have aura? She was their chief's daughter, right? Or was she lying to get my guard down? Actually, it's not just her. The bandits we've seen are disappointing. Probably grunts then. Yin thought, glancing at her own stats briefly. Strength, 50, Vitality, 35, Agility, 50, Perception, 40, Intelligence, 35, the average adult I've observed has strength up to 20. And that's without aura. But these bandits should at least have a physical stat higher than that. Yin thought before unsheathing Onigiri and facing down a group of looting bandits. EY. We got stragglers. One of them yelled, pulling out their guns and aiming at Yin while Rhea, Kata and Brandon took Ren and Nora into cover. Miria Beomir's strength, 24, Vitality, 17, Agility, 18, Perception, 12, Intelligence, 10, on the ground, bitch. One of the male bandits yelled. Yin observed the bandits yelling and pointing their dust guns at them. Each of them more disappointing than the other. The woman she first observed was their best. And even then, she wasn't that impressive. Ha! Must be an aura thing. Yin muttered before continuing her steps. Accelerate, LV6 activated, their weapons fired, but strangely, all completely missed. Yin's body blurred, seemingly appearing in front of the bandit woman Miria, holding her Malorian arm's pistol barrel under her chin with a plain expression. Yin's expression oozing boredom, despite the fear in Miria's eyes. Deciding to have some fun, she looked up at the attractive brunette bandit. Wanna live? Why, yes. Miria stood stock still, even as the other bandits looked ready to run away. Shoot them down. Yin said, using Onigiri to push her gun barrel towards a slowly approaching bandit. Bang! She didn't even hesitate to pull the trigger, putting a round into the chest of a male bandit, much to the shock of the others. You fucking traitor! Bang! 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 Yin quickly shot 5 of them dead before punching Miria in the stomach and dropping her to her knees. Yin reloaded, stylishly flipping the pistol as Johnny Silverhand had done. Nodding to herself, she then looked at Miria, trying to get oxygen in her lungs from being winded. Ah! I did. What you asked. Miria then coughed, looking up at Yin fearfully. You sure did. I lied though. But you did win something. Wanna know what you won? Yin hummed, twirling the gun in her hand. Miria's eyes widened, looking for anything that might provide her a means to get away. Unfortunately, she didn't have plot armor. A painless death. Bang! Yin shot Miria in the head before her mind could register what she said. Behind her, her team approached. Brandon sneered in dissatisfaction. You mopped them up way too fast. I couldn't even line my sights. Brandon complained. Talk to Gray then. Get good, scrub. Ian replied before continuing on. So I don't revel in the killing. Good to know. I'm actually almost disappointed. But killing the weak just doesn't do it for me. Might as well make this fun though. Ian opened her inventory, looking at the Malorian arms pistol options. Play the Rebel Path cello version. Ian clicked yes before it began to play. Though only she could hear it. She found herself smirking a little as more bandit fodder were encountered in the middle of dragging townspeople from their homes. East Kuroyuri Vernal was having a far better time killing the Beermere. Her group had just come across some moving a group of captured women, surprising the enslaving bandits with gunfire and 2 blades, the last being courtesy of Vernal. Vernal ducked behind a steel club before slamming the edge of her blade into the muscular Beormer's eye socket. He howled in pain, bringing his hand up to his bloody eye before his life was taken by a shot to the head by Vernal. Weak-ass bitches. Shameful. How the hell are you chucklefucks struggling with these clowns? Vernal asked, looking back at her group, which had successfully killed 7 Beermere and were struggling to kill 3 more. Shit, I killed 12 of these dipshits. Step it up. Vernal shouted, turning her attention to the bound townspeople. You. Ugh. Have aura. And you train with freaks. One of her team, Carmine, shouted back indignantly. Dunno what to do about you guys though. Vernal ignored Carmine's whining, sticking her pinky in her ear. Please. We don't have anything of value on us. One of the captured women cried out. Just get inside or leave. We aren't here for you anyway. Vernal shrugged before turning back to her group, which just now finished off the last Beermere. Fina fucking ly. What took you so long? And don't whine about aura. Vernal chastised the tired group of bandits. The training you receive is far better than ours. One of the other male members, Haru, spoke up between breaths. Skill issue. Ian taught me that. Vernal replied with a smirk that further annoyed the bandits. Welp. Let's pick up the pace. I'm gonna kill way more than Ian, though. A large explosion cut Vernal off. She turned around, seeing flames spread out into the sky from the center of Kuroyuri. 2 prominent colors lighting up the area. Regular, orange flames. And mesmerizing blue flames. She's fighting something cool. Get your asses moving. Vernal shouted before running toward the chaos. A/N, yo. Thanks for reading the PSA last chap. We did it, boys. That copy-paster deleted the book. Anyway. On to better news. I've narrowed the quest world to a few options that a few of you liked. 1. Akame Ga Kill 2. High School DxD 3. Fairy Tale 4. Arifureta. Those are the top picks as of now. Leave your pick and ideas if you want. Thanks, Kuroyuri 3. There was a growing tension in the air. The young Branwen bandits felt it, Ren felt it, Nora felt it, and Ian for sure felt it. They had been walking to the town center, but it was quiet. There ought to be bandits yelling, shooting, fucking, looting. But it was silent as they walked the main street. Ian glanced at the rows of homes they were passing, her eyes gleaming in recognition. They know we're here. Keep an eye on the houses. Ian stated, almost hearing Ren and Nora shudder. Soon enough, they came upon a strange sight. The town center, yet everything had been smashed, burned and otherwise ruined. A dozen or so of the Beermere were waiting there for them, all of them surrounding one man, who was sitting on a mound of corpses and drenched in blood. He was calmly eating an apple, though he seemed bored, as if he was waiting for something fun to happen. There were a few captured townspeople in cages nearby that looked to Yin's group with hope-filled eyes. So, the Branwen sends a couple of kids over to take our prize? I was expecting the butcher, marksman or, better yet, Raven herself. These pathetic townies barely put up a decent fight, so I was sticking around for you. Gods! How disappointing. The seated man complained before tossing the half-eaten apple at a captured woman's head. Aunt Irina. Ren whispered aloud, attempting to run to the woman before being pulled back by Rhea. Don't make any stupid moves, kid. That guy gives off a dangerous vibe. Probably got his aura unlocked. Rhea whispered, calming Ren down as he swallowed a bitter lump in his throat. Yin was quietly observing the man. Not only was his stature impressive, he looked to be well trained. Nordic tattoos covered his muscular body, running all the way up to his head. His dirty blonde hair tied behind his head, likely as to not impede his sight when he fought. He wore a mix animal furs and tempered steel. He looked much like a Viking would. Except for the fact that he had a mecha-shift great axe that transformed into some kind of firearm, by the look of what Yin could tell was a magazine slot on the side of the weapon. Not gonna say anything. No screams of mercy. Kill all the fun, why don't ya? He grumbled, motioning the Beermere bandits to stay back while he started to walk toward Yin. Observe, Modi Beormer LV, 35 age, 23 race, human HP, 2000 MP, 0 to 0 aura class, C strength, 120 vitality, 40 agility, 40 perception, 25 intelligence, 30. Modi hoisted his axe on his shoulder and looked down at Yin condescendingly. If you wanna blame someone for your death, blame your chief. Modi Beermere, second son of Chief Thorfinn Beermere. I'll mail a letter so your chief knows what to write on your tombstone. With a violent swing, Modi slammed the blade of his axe down at Yin. Accelerate, LV6 activated. Yin quickly moved away from the trajectory of the blade and swiped her blades at Modi's exposed waist, scraping against his aura before he could block. Modi's expression quickly shifted from bored and condescending to one of interest and amusement. Licking his lips, he began to assess her. Yin now had his full attention. Despite her looking like a prepubescent kid, she was fast. Strong too, but not even half as strong as himself. It seems I judged too soon. You've got your aura, huh? Well then, let's kick it up a notch. Modi's grin looked absolutely psychotic as he sprinted forth and swung his axe in an arc, the reach easily able to catch Yin. Yin ducked the savage swing and quickly leapt over another. The stone street easily slashed and smashed by the raw power Modi was displaying. Modi spun his axe and once more swung at Yin, the axe spinning and slicing up the ground, making stone shrapnel fly at Yin. He's stronger and faster than the zombie lords, that's for sure. Yin grinned, ducking away from the shrapnel and moving away from the charging Modi and opening fire on him with her pistol. Come on. That little pea shooter isn't gonna kill me, Branwen. Modi shouted, only frowning when 2 bullets hit his aura. That gun was strong. Modi grinned and changed his tactics. Grabbing his great axe with 2 hands, he quickly changed modes. The blades folded back and a large glowing barrel aimed at Yin as he took a knee and lined up his shot. Seeing the rather large rifle aimed at her, Yin used accelerate again, feeling a heat pass right by her before a crashing noise echoed behind her. Crash! The wooden house behind her now had a large hole where the doorway used to be. Yin furrowed her brows and looked at the red glowing barrel that caused the damage. Anti-material rifle. Explosive dust shot. That son of a bitch is carrying around and swinging a tank buster. Yin watched as Modi cackled and fired again, clearly testing her capabilities. Boom. 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 3 more deafening shots fired out, intent on making a tennis ball-sized hole in Yin. But she never stopped moving for long. Utilizing Accelerate, she slowly began to close in on him. After the 3rd shot, she holstered her pistol and used Accelerate again to close in. Unsurprisingly, Modi was ready, having his weapon in axe mode in front of him to block. Yin stopped right in front of him, both blades reared back to strike, only to use his knee as a stepping stone to jump over his head and slash down at his head and shoulder while flipping over him. Ahaha! To hit me on 2 instances. One I may attribute to myself holding back significantly. But the second time? State your name, Branwen. I would like to remember it when I revel after killing you. Modi showed an almost feral grin as he cocked his neck to the side. Yin. You're a tall bastard. I wonder how you'd look on your knees. Yin replied, both of them staring the other down. The tension surrounding the two grew. The dozen Beowolf bandits all staring Yin's group down with their hands firmly on their weapons. Rhea protectively stood in front of Ren and Nora, while Kata and Brandon stood in front of her. Ha! Nobody gets in the way. You idiots fire at them before they fire or I kill the girl. I'll use your skulls as a fucking chamber pot. Am I understood? Modi asked, not even turning to the bandits behind him. Yes. The Beowolf replied, quite a few of them relaxing. Don't get involved. Rhea, take care of Ren and Nora. Kata, Brandon, cover her but don't start anything until I give the okay. Yin spoke next, hearing Brandon scoff and Rhea reply. Understood. Now that we have that settled, we can go all out. Modi's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear as he reared his weapon back and prepared himself for a real fight. Yin took 3 steps forward before activating her Accelerate skill, becoming a short black blur that quickly approached Modi. Modi bellowed and swung his axe at the approaching Yin. The strike met nothing but air as Yin leapt up and swung Onigiri and Ubadachi down at him, only to meet the hard surface of the Greataxe's metal throat. Modi had been quick enough to raise his weapon and smart enough not to overextend in his swing. In the brief moment when the two had clashed, both of them had a ravenous grin etched on their faces. Clang! Modi moved his axe, pushing Yin off and smacking the knob into her, which she had managed to block only with both swords. Yin quickly regained her footing and struck out at him, only to be met with the belly of his axe, rebounding Yin's blades. Hurrah! Modi charged forth and aggressively swung at Yin with short yet quick jabs of the axe's knob, which had Yin backpedaling to parry. With one last and powerful jab to Yin's guard, he swung the blade of the axe at her to catch her off guard. Yin's eyes widened before taking a half step back and backflipping over a nearby park bench. Modi's axe severed a light post and tore up the ground once more before quickly returning to his other hand, ready to continue his aggressive attack until a park bench flew in his face, smashed to splinters by the force and toughness of his body. Cheeky ugh! Modi grunted as 4 shots from the Malorian arms pistol hit his bulky arms. Modi felt 2 more hits to his aura as Onigiri AMD Ubadachi quickly cut into his sides. Yin once again blurring with the incredible boost in speed. Modi smashed the axe's knob into the ground, shaking the immediate area and giving him the perfect opportunity to strike when Yin's footing faltered. Shit! Yin cursed internally as Modi grabbed her by the face with one hand and smashed her head into the belly of his axe before leaping up 3 meters and smashing her into the wooden roof of a nearby house. Kriawak. Yin grunted as she quickly stood up, seeing Modi running at her, in mid-swing of his fist. Yin held her blades up to guard, her body lifted and shot back across the roof from the sheer strength. Yin's body smashed into the neighboring house, skidding across the rough wooden roof before coming to a stop just in time to move away from Modi's violent landing which collapsed the house. Ha! You're a nimble kind of fighter, Well, sorry to say. Clang! That you're not beaten me, Modi smirked, his body gleaming as if he were made of metal. He then caught Yin by the arm and smashed her body into the ruined bed frame, wardrobes and doors before tossing her up and kicking her across the plaza. Her body smacking into the stone 3 times before she stopped in front of the young Branwen bandits. Her aura flickered but didn't break. Like my semblance? I call it Iron Body. Not very creative for a name, but it just fits so well. Modi snorted, seeing Yin pick herself up. Modi picked up his axe and raised his brow in confusion when he saw her leave her blades on the ground. You're not given up already, are ya? I was considering taking you as a wife. If you're this capable so young. Imagine the power of our children. Ha! First that woman, now you. I'm gonna send you to Chris Hansen. Yin scoffed, spitting on the ground in disgust before cracking her knuckles. Who, crack? And by Chris Hansen, I mean God. Yin replied, seemingly appearing in front of him with blue flames coating her body, her elbow violently driven into Modi's nose, making him stumble back with a sputter. Good. I was afraid you'd die too fast. Modi laughed maniacally before leaping forward, raising his great axe and slamming it down at Yin, pulverizing the immediate area of 5 meters and causing the stone streets to erupt violently. Accelerate, LV6 activated. Modi barely just saw her blur moments before his attack landed, jumping at the right moment before spinning and kicking him in the face, landing on the belly of his axe and throwing her fist at his face. Seeing the blazing fist coming straight at him, Modi quickly pulled out a fire dust crystal and met her punch with his own. Boom! A large explosion shook the town center, destroying the surrounding houses and setting the wooden structures on fire. The bandits on both sides quickly moving away from the devastation. Blue and orange flames battling to incinerate more than the other. Yin flew across the stone streets, smashing into the pulverized stone until finally coming to a stop, grimacing as she felt her aura reach a critical level. Her arm was burned, yet not too severely, and her body had quite a few bruises and cuts. While Modi remained standing, though he was not unscathed. His gleaming body smoking and slightly warped by the heat. His left arm, which held the fire dust, was burned black, despite his aura. His grin had faded when he saw that his enemy hadn't been incapacitated. Far from it, she had the look of a hungry predator. The two stood as flames rose around them. Yin stomped her right foot on the ground in front of her and planted her hands on the ground, taking a sprinter's stance. Modi held his axe up, changing it into rifle mode and aiming at Yin. No more holding back. Modi muttered, lining up his sights. Ren and Nora, after the explosion rocked the center of Kuroyuri, Ren and Nora were rushed inside a stone house across the street, to get away from the intense flames. Thankfully, they ran the opposite way of the Beermere bandits, who took the captured townspeople away with them, so they couldn't get to them through the quickly spreading inferno. Fucking huntsman, man. Ren heard the teenage male bandit curse while punching the nearest wall. Is that jealousy I hear? The other male bandit, Kata asked, watching the fight resume through a window. They're not huntsman level. Ren muttered, listening to the shaking of the ground and the breaking of stone and wood. What? Rhea looked at him incredulously as she got Nora to sit down on a couch nearby. They're not huntsman level. Not yet. Ren answered, shaking his head. Do you fucking hear the neighborhood coming down, or are you having a mental breakdown, kid? Brandon sneered. The bandit guy. He's not stronger than my dad. Or my mom. They were ranked huntsmen. C class. Ren replied, watching another house collapse. So you're saying they could beat that guy? Keita asked, uncertainty in his voice. Yeah. They could've. Huntsmen go from D rank to S rank. I think. I asked my father if there were stronger huntsmen, but he deflected. Ren said, making Brandon furrow his brows. Ren. Nora called out, taking Ren's hand, which was clenched so tight his knuckle whitened. It's okay, Nora. I'm okay. I'm just amazed is all. How is someone our age the level of a huntsman trainee? Ren asked, looking at the silhouette of a young girl surrounded by blue flames. Een crack. Yin's fist drove into Modi's ribs for the third time, successfully breaking his ribs despite his semblance's added layer of protection. Modi growled and backhanded her through the wall of the stone house they were fighting in. Een landed in the bathroom before quickly getting up and wiping the blood off her nose and lip. Een ducked under the powerful swing of his axe that smashed through the wall and doorframe before being caught in the stone wall. Een grabbed the handle of the axe and forcefully pulled Modi in the bathroom with it. Bang! Bang! Ugh! Modi grunted in pain as Een shot his legs, causing him to trip face first into the ceramic toilet, breaking his nose. Jumping up, Een capitalized on his position and curb stomped his head into the hard ceramic, shattering it and enraging Modi further. Modi cursed and kicked Een into the ceiling before catching her by the head and trying to slam her face into the sink. Een grit her teeth, feeling her ribs crack from the kick. She quickly pulled the Malorian arms pistol out once more, activating its miniature flamethrower and spraying Modi's eyes with it before he managed to smash her face into the hard ceramic sink. Fuck. You little bitch, Modi was cut off when Een punched him in the jaw and made him bite his tongue. Thanks to that, he dropped her and brought his hand up to his face, only to have his beard grabbed before his face was smashed into the ceramic sink. Then Een shot her pistol into his armored head 3 times before she was angrily tackled through the houses before Modi ran out of steam and they both fell onto the burning stone streets. Ku. Yuri, SSS still breathing. Modi groaned, feeling his semblance begin to fail him as his aura shattered. No. Kid's supposed to be this. Modi slurred his words, holding his concussed and bloody head. As he looked at Yin's who slowly stood to her feet. Fucking kid. He dragged his axe in front of him, mecha shifting it into rifle form and aiming at the girl in front of him. Then he stopped, eyes widening. Whether it was because of his concussion, growing fear or some kind of trick, he did not know. But when he looked at his enemy, instead of the little girl he had been fighting until now, in her place stood some creature from the pits of hell. Scales of the deepest black, shining with a dark purple energy he failed to recognize. Long, razor-sharp teeth that could easily shred his body to pieces, even if he pushed his semblance to its limits. Claws longer than swords and black, skyward horns that made it look almost like a king. The last thing he saw was its eyes. Its black scara surrounding an angry yellow/purple slitted orb that hurt to stare directly at. Crack. A loud snapping noise followed a fleshy slam. Yin's fist caving in the bones that make up his nose. Modi's eyes watered as his head whipped back, smashing into the stone street. In agony, he tried to reach for his axe, which was no longer next to him. Blindly reaching for his weapon which had just been picked up by his enemy. BBH, go, da, pick, ID. Up. Modi wheezed, blood filling his mouth. Schlick Modi's hands kept patting the ground until he felt himself falling. It was strange. Seeing his body hunched over like that, still searching. Then he realized. Why is my body without a D? The light in his eyes fading as he took in the sight of the girl standing atop his body with her eyes shadowed over by her hair. Thanks for the meal. Yin muttered, putting the axe in her inventory and leaving the corpse of her enemy behind. Level up. X4, Yin snorted in amusement as she walked out of the burning town center, watching as Rhea, Brandon, Kata, Ren, and Nora came running out of the stone house. That was incredible. Ren complimented, staring intently at the girl who saved him and Nora. What he said. Kata sucked cold air in through his teeth at her bloody visage. Alright, let's not suck my imaginary dick here. We have to meet up with Vernal's team before continuing to Shay. And get the captured townspeople out of here. Yin coughed to herself, ignoring the strange gaze Ren was giving her and the envious pout Nora was glaring at her with. Oh yeah. It's violence time. Yin heard a familiar tomboy yell out as she ran over to them, several bandits lagging behind her. Boss. I'm ready to fuck shit you, you're late, dumbass. I already killed him. We're going to meet up with Shay. Yin cut her off with disappointing news. Aw man. Fine. But if we run into another aura user, I get dibs. Vernal demanded. If you can handle them, sure. Let's get moving. I just hope Shay hasn't fucked up somehow. Yin sighed before heading westward, toward the Beormer's vehicles. And, sorry about these 2 weeks. Schedule issues plus I'm working with Lily, Ray, and Geo on Pantheon snippets. It's where we're putting our ideas out there. Mainly to just do whatever the hell we think is funny. We're actually working on a Hellsing abridged sequel. The one I did in RWBY Omniversal Chatroom sequel, to be exact. Also, expect some commissioned Yin artwork this week sometime. Omniverse Quest, Arifureta atop a hill overlooking Kuroyuri, Raven sat on the off-road truck's hood, holding her pair of binoculars and watching the town. She heard a grunt next to her before the truck shook from a heavy weight being placed on it. How's the kid? Festus asked, hauling heavy dust crystals and ore into the back of the truck. She killed the second son of Thorfinn. Raven replied, not even looking at him. The fuck? The one who's as strong as a third-year student. Well holy shit. What the fuck have you been feeding her? Festus laughed as he hauled more ore into the truck. She's able to lead a team to kill a third year at this young. Damn. They sure do grow up fast. Festus grunted before taking out his water flask and taking a drink. No. She killed him herself. Had the group stick back to protect some kids. Raven replied. PFFF. Festus coughed up water all over his shirt, looking at Raven incredulously. She's 10. Festus stated like a question. I know how peculiar my daughter is. Her yearly episodes of pain. The changes that come after it. The obvious and the less obvious. Raven lowered the binoculars with a sigh. Oh good. You weren't saying anything, so I thought you were either in denial or just ignoring it. Gray cut in, walking over with a sniper rifle hanging on her shoulders. Yin hasn't used the bathroom in over half a year. And I checked. It's not digestive issues. Her body has never been healthier. She heals cuts and bruises at least 3 times faster than someone with C-class aura. She's an oddity. Raven looked over, seeing Grey nod as if she knew, while Festus furrowed his brows. It's not her semblance either. She's got a fire semblance. Hits to her aura fuel it. Then she gets even faster. A bit stronger too. Grey hummed, setting up her scope to watch Yin's group. That ain't the only thing odd about her though. Festus huffed. Her weapons and clothes? Raven asked, folding her arms. Clothes? Nah, she coulda nabbed M from the raids. The weapons? Yeah. Them's special. The Australian swords look simple at a first glance, but they're very well made. I'm gonna modify M after we get back. But that gun feels like Atlas tech, almost. Some kinda tech in it I don't understand. No idea where your kid got it from. Festus scratched his beard and sat down next to Raven. She's been occasionally going to this one stone door. I can't open it for the life of me. I can only assume she found some hidden vault or something. Maybe an old cache from the Great War or a White Fang safe house. I haven't tried using my semblance to follow her in. Raven admitted, resting her head on her hand as she looked at the burning town. If it were 10 years ago, you'd go in without a second thought. Then there was eyes. Now Yin. I'm expecting another big change coming. Grey hummed, pulling a cigar out of her bra. Maybe. We used to be like the beer mirror before eyes. Without the rape, of course. I just wonder how she'll react to everything she's seen here. Looks like they're wrapping up now. Raven replied before hearing Grey click her tongue in annoyance as she lit her cigar. Nah. Fucking April. I thought Shay would be the one to fuck up. Grey stood up, annoyance written on her face. What did she do? Festus asked as Raven raised her binoculars again, pointing them westward. That damn bleeding heart. Raven cursed, seeing the beer mirrors start to quickly evacuate in their off-road vehicles. She had been watching as April began to fight Shay and Iris when they had set bombs on the Beormer's vehicles. Though she wasn't doing very well against them both, she had successfully stopped Shay from planting more bombs. And as a result, only a few vehicles had been destroyed, which had drawn the escaping Beormer to their fight, while the others were running for the remaining vehicles. Chief, we should. Grey paused mid-sentence as her scroll buzzed. Looking at the screen, the caller I.D was Yin's. Grey looked at Raven, who nodded at her to pick up. As soon as she answered the call, she heard very loud gunfire come out of the speaker. Bong! Continue routing them. Grey. I need your eyes and your gun. Yin stated, Grey hearing what sounded like a large magazine being loaded into a gun. Ha! Sure, kid. I see the group you're chasing. What are my targets? Grey asked, smirking and taking a drag of her cigar. Kill the ones who jump in the driver's seats and the ones next to them. They're panicking, so that'll slow them down enough until we catch up. Yin replied, huffing in annoyance. You got it. See you after the cleanup. Grey snorted before hanging up. She'll make a good leader. Festus said, glancing over to Raven, who was still watching with her binoculars. I want to see how she deals with April. Come on, Festus. Raven put her binoculars away and hopped in the truck. I'm comin'. Festus grumbled before hopping in the back with his oar. Yin Bang. Another deafening shot rang out, a bullet ripping through a fleeing Beermere. Yin clicked her tongue and Mecha shifted the anti-material rifle back into axe form. Her group had been chasing the fleeing bandits back to their vehicles in the west. Vernal had charged forward in an attempt to kill more than Yin, which had slowed the routed Beermere. As they reached the west hill the Beermere vehicles were on, Yin saw a few of them panicking as the ones who sat in the driver's seat inexplicably had their heads blown up. Vernal, wrap it up. I'm gonna see how those idiots can explain all this. Yin said, giving Vernal the okay to kill the rest as she made her way over to where she saw Shay, Iris, and April panting on their hands and knees. Hey! Boss! Shay greeted between huffs as he stood up and shot April a dirty look. I see you failed to make the bombs go off. Care to explain why? Yin asked neutrally, though she had the general idea. For once, it wasn't Shay. Iris rolled her eyes and glared at April, who was staring at the ground with a trembling bottom lip. I would never purposefully sabotage a raid. Shay defended until Yin put her hand up. So, April. Explain. Yin demanded, watching April stand up and look at her with a complicated expression. I didn't want to kill them. They're running. We already won. Why do we have to kill them all? April asked, shuddering at the bored look Yin was giving her. You were forced to kill them in this raid. Can't you understand how I feel, Yin? April shouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thud. Yin's fist struck the side of April's face, dropping her to the ground in shock. April held her face, looking up at Yin, wide-eyed. No. I don't understand. I was forced to kill. No. I chose to kill. Why don't you defend your stance to the women, children and elderly they were going to abduct and enslave back at their camp? To the few women that were unlucky enough to be violated after they were torn from their homes. Go explain to them how you tried to spare the ones who did this. Yin heard April's breath hitch as she talked. Oh, but there's more than that. Killing them here prevents the Beermere from getting any information back to their camp. Which means they won't be prepared for us next time. Which could save quite a few of our lives. Abandon this naive notion that you should spare your enemies, when if the situations were reversed, they would kill you or worse. Yin explained, watching as a realization hit April. Glad you understand. Now. Since I'm the one who lead the raid, I get to decide how to punish you. The chief might have killed you, given your history and this colossal fuck-up on your part. But since I can see my words are actually being considered, you'll take Shay's place as being the ass of everyone's jokes for a whole month. Get ready, because Vernal is kind of a douchebag when it comes to fucking with people. Yin smirked as she saw Vernal deflate at her punishment. Hell yes. No more dicks on my face. Fair warning, April. Vernal will put random shit in your food. Like worms. And Yin will sabotage your radio while you sleep. Put some annoying ass song on loop. Shay lamented. Bye bye shark do 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 do. Iris sung mockingly. Yo. I'm done. What did I miss here? Was it Shay's fault? Vernal jogged over, some blood on her fists. Actually it was April. She's going to take Shay's place for a month. Yin answered, turning away as Vernal gave April the most chilling smile she had ever seen. 30 minutes later the cleanup was wrapped up quickly. But the decision on what to do with the townspeople took some time. They were given an option to join the tribe, return to their home or move to the nearest village. Most decided to move on to greener pastures, but a few stubborn elders decided to return to Kuroyuri. Only some of the kids, including Ren and Nora, had wanted to join. So they were never taken advantage of like that again. Yin and Vernal were living proof they could do it. Ren and Nora had been insistent on sticking close to Yin, even going so far as to getting in the same truck, making the back cramped as they sat on April and Vernal. Raven was quiet as they began their drive back. From the subtle disapproving glances at April to the scrutinizing looks she gave the axe that Yin had plundered, Raven looked at her daughter, who looked to be thinking, even scowling from time to time as she stared off into nothing. Raven sighed and braced for the conversation she needed to have with her daughter. "What did you think during the raid?" "You did splendidly for your first time. But even for me, taking my first life wasn't something I was unaffected by." "How do you feel?" Raven asked, her question silencing the voices of Ren, Nora, April and Vernal. Yin closed her eyes and tapped the interior of the truck door. "It was like a chore. For most of the ones I killed. There was nothing remarkable about it. They disgusted me. Does an exterminator feel bad for the rats they kill? If they don't do their job, the rats can ruin the home they infest, spread disease, eat the homeowner's food and make a mess everywhere they go. I felt something. But it wasn't bad or good. Just something that needed doing." Yin explained, hearing her mother hum in acknowledgement. "But when I killed Modi, it was exhilarating. Overcoming an enemy like that. Knowing what was at stake. I won't regret the deaths of those who would kill me or destroy things and people I like." Yin concluded. "That's an interesting outlook. One that doesn't sound like you've given away your humanity." Raven replied. "Right, humanity." Yin looked off into the horizon, muttering to herself quietly. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Yin spoke up again. "Are the Beermere typical among bandits in how they act and conduct business?" Raven sighed, hearing the question. "Yes. The Branwen used to be similar when my father was in control. We stopped a few of those practices on the behest of one of our late members. But to everyone else, we're the same as the Beermere." Raven responded solemnly. "It's ineffective." Yin retorted casually. "Why would you destroy towns and villages like that? There's more to gain by taking tribute from the settlements and creating a network. Bandit tribes are a dead end." Before Raven could ask what she meant, Yin continued, earning the attention of Ren in particular. "And you suggest we become a kingdom?" Raven furrowed her brows, hearing Yin scoff in response. "No. The settlements govern themselves. All they need to do is pay tribute. Be it food, weapons, members. Then, after you get a few of the settlements under your thumb, you distribute the resources of the settlements around. Make them depend on you. These settlements barely get anything from Mistral itself anyways." Yin finished, hearing Vernal gasp. "So they pay us to do nothing but distribute their shit? Sign me up." Yin facepalmed. "No. We keep them safe from the Grimm or evacuate if need be. They're how we get resources after all." Yin explained. "I'll have to talk to Gray and Festus about this. See if it's feasible. What would people even call us if we do succeed in doing that?" Raven asked, hearing Ren speak up for the first time. "It sounds like a clan. Like from before the kingdoms." Yin smiled and nodded at him, causing Ren to blush and look elsewhere. The Branwen clan. I like it. 3 years later, one by one I'm taking out the trash, I'm a scrapper, bang. Single-handedly handing everyone's ass on a platter. Bang. Bang. Pissin' on all of my foes like I had a full bladder, bang. 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 I'm taking over anima, it's only one thing that, stop. Stop. A gravely voice cut through the oddly really good singing voice. Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention there. The girl replied, looking down at the bearded man who looked familiar. You. Fucking Branwen. The man coughed up blood, feeling the golf ball-sized hole in his stomach as he looked up at the girl who looked to be in her mid to late teens. The girl in question was reloading a rather unique-looking pistol. Her long black hair hung as low as her knees, which contrasted well with her khaki-brown long coat, black tank top and slim black pants. She hummed while staring at the man, cupping her chin in thought as she tried to remember his face. Oh yeah. You look a bit like Modi. Guess I'd run into you sooner or later, huh? The girl, Yin, hit her fist in realization. I'm... Magn bang. Level up. Quest unlocked. Yin shot him in the head mid-sentence, ignoring the alert before holstering her Malorian arms pistol and turning her attention to the sounds of approaching footsteps. Woo! Rennie! Rennie! Did you see that guy? He exploded. A ginger girl skipping beside a black and pink-haired boy exclaimed. Yes, Nora. I saw you fire the grenade. Yin. We've cleared the Beermere stronghold. This should be the last one in anima. Ren exclaimed, jogging over to Yin with an enthusiastic smile, making Nora pout. Good. I just finished off their leader here. We should go back to Xian and tell them the good news. Yin smirked at the duo before leaving the burning encampment behind. Aye aye, Captain. Nora perked up and saluted her. Nora, we're not pirates. Ren sighed, following behind their leader. 3 hours later, after returning to Xian and giving the good news to the town's mayor, Yin, Ren, and Nora all turned in for the night at the local inn mostly used by huntsmen. It was late now, just after 11 at night, when Yin got out of bed and looked in the mirror. The awakenings had slowed down significantly. In the 3 years since her first raid, she's only had 2. The first being an overhaul of her internal organs, including even the reproductive ones, such as her womb. Then there was her skin, which had become more tanned as a result. And the quick maturation of her body had begun. As a 13-year-old, she had the appearance of a 16-year-old and had begun to develop curves. Though she wasn't as endowed as her mother yet, something she was thankful for. No periods, but it said I'll start experiencing something like going into heat when I hit 16. I'm not looking forward to that. Yin grumbled before looking at the alert she had received after her last awakening. Mortal level awakenings have completed. You can now be called a fledgling dragon. But that is not the end. To take the next step in your evolution, you must develop your dragon heart. Something which is currently impossible, as Remnant has no ambient mana in its atmosphere. While you could absorb dust, it will take a colossal amount of time and resources to get enough for the evolution. As such, you will be issued a quest once you reach level 50. Earlier, she had killed a relatively tough Beermere. One as strong as his brother. If it were 3 years ago, Yin might have struggled. But she wasn't exactly idle since then and has surpassed the level of a huntsman trainee. Now, she finally hit level 50 and unlocked the quest. Omniversal Quest, accompany and assist Hajime Nagumo for 1 year. Note, Time in Remnant will freeze until your return. Note 2, you will be placed in his class 1 week before the class is transported and will have an identity issued and a backstory prepared for you. Information and resources such as housing will be provided upon arrival at Earth 18554. Do you accept? Seeing the quest prompt, Yin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. How was doing this going to help her gather enough magic for the heart? What anime is this from? The Spider Girl one? The genderless slime one? Oh well. I guess I'll figure it out once I arrive. I accept, Yin answered before a flash of light encompassed her entire room before she disappeared. And, commission's done. Note that this is Yin at 18 years old. Thanks for reading. High school, status Yin Xiaolong race. Dragon/human hybrid LV, 50 age, 13 HP, 10,000/10,000 MP, 0 out of 0 titles, prankster, child prodigy, clan founder skills, accelerate LV, 9, observe LV, 7. Dragon's Wrath not applicable, singing LV, 9, dismantling LV, 8, repair LV, 7, cooking LV, 9, unarmed LV, expert 03, blades LV, expert 02, axes LV, 9, spears LV, 6, small arms LV, 9, weaponsmithing LV, 7 strength, 120 vitality, 80 agility, 135 perception, 50 intelligence, 60 aura, C+ class techniques self-taught unarmed awakenings mortal, blood, bone marrow, internal organs, reproductive system, skin mythic, heart, pending, funnily enough, the first thing Yin did once she realized she was in a Ferign apartment, was to check her status and allocate her points into strength. It bugged her how it always lagged behind agility, due to her speed-enhancing semblance. She figured her aura had much to do with it, boosting her agility higher than her other stats. As soon as she dismissed the status screen, another popped up. Recorded message, backstory, play message. Yin sighed before hitting the play button. Seeing there was no skip option made her a bit uneasy, but she was optimistic about being able to keep calm until the backstory part. Only to see the fox goddess start to dance. A familiar one, at that. With the song and everything. Her lips formed a thin line as the dance went on, only to form into a gape as she realized who was singing the song. Wait. Am I singing the song? No fucking way. Yin covered her face with her hands as the dance ended after 2 minutes. Yo! Did you like the little hint and show? I'm sure you noticed how it was you that was singing there, right? Well, that's your backstory here. Natsum Okada or Okada Natsum is your name on this earth. And you're a singer/voice actress. You were scouted as a child due to your parents' connections in the entertainment industry. You just finished a tour and you'll be attending a high school in Shinjuku, where in a week from now, you'll be transported to another world. With mad gods, Kemonomami girls, evil schemes and OP magical powers. Officially, your reasons to attend this high school is to reconnect you with your childhood friend, Shizuka Yagashi. Don't worry about the memory stuff, I've taken care of it all. You'll have some minor memories added to your head regarding Japanese language, singing, Shizuku and your parents in a few minutes, so you won't be completely lost whenever people ask you certain things. I also left a uniform for you in your dresser. Natsum's got a few albums out, so feel free to give them a listen. They're all songs you'd sing too. Anyways. You have a cell phone on the table, a few billion in yen on your online banking account and a luxury condo. I have the school address, along with your schedule in your cell. Sent you another message too, because it's a tad more serious. You'll get it the day of the summoning. Ciao, and with a final flirtatious wink, the fox goddess video ended. She wasn't lying about luxury. Yin thought, surveying the condo. It, of course, looked over much of Shinjuku, where dawn was starting to break. There was a large flat-screen satellite television, expensive furniture and game systems. Down the hallway there were 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a huge bathroom, with a jacuzzi bath and what looked to be some kind of crafting room. A few work tables and tools in neatly sorted bins off to the side of the room. Actually, this gives me an idea. I already know how to make some mecha shift weapons, but I've always liked some modern guns, like the Steyr August. I should get blueprints before I leave, Yin thought to herself in anticipation as she picked up a cell phone from the living room table. 5 in the morning, huh? When does school start again? Yin asked herself, thinking back to her past high school days. Hey, #@ get the fuck out here. An aggressive male voice echoed in her mind. Barely remember shit. I have a feeling high school fucking sucked though. Yin remarked, shaking off the unpleasant feeling in her head. I'll just take it easy this time. Not that the opinions of most of them will even matter. I need a little break from going around anima with Ren and Nora anyway. Yin muttered before checking her school schedule. Seeing that class began at 8 but her introduction into the school started at 7:30, Yin decided to turn the television on and flip through the channels. She soon settled on some anime that looked like One Piece in its later seasons. Next time I come to another world I should try to bring Nora, Ren, and Vernal along. After I give an explanation anyway. Mom's curious about the dungeon near our last camp. We've been all over the place for the past 2 years, so it's been kinda hard for Nora to make her move on Ren. Yin thought, only half paying attention to the One Piece clone. It'd also be hard due to the pretty obvious crush Ren has on me. He's gotten better at masking it, but I'm almost afraid of it continuing on when we mature. Sorry Ren. Some others might say looks female enough, but I like curvy women. Not leering at Grey when she walks around with barely any clothes is hard enough right now. Will I just jump her when I hit 16? Shit. Will I jump Yang when we meet again? I know Yang's gonna have a killer bod when she gets older. Knowing where her train of thought was going, Yin shivered and shook her head rapidly, as if to shake the thoughts out. Nope. That's it, time to occupy myself. I'll get the blueprints to guns after I deal with school, but there's a few techniques I can pick up here. Martial arts. Yin's eyes shone in excitement as she pulled up her cell and went looking for videos on YouTube. Shinjuku Yamabuki High, a cute short teacher walked into the class just as all the students had sat down. Being a serious and dedicated teacher, Aiko Hatayama's presence demanded respect. Or so she'd like to think. In fact, Aiko was just too cute and earnest to be rude to. And if you were rude to Aiko? Shizuku, Kaori, Cookie and Ryutaro would set you in your place. Ahem. Good morning, class. Aiko greeted. Good morning Ai-chan sensei. The class greeted back, making Aiko flinch and pout. Hey. None of that today. We have a new transfer student today. I know some of you may be excited, but please don't overwhelm her. You can come in, Okada-san. Aiko called out before the door opened and a long-haired beauty with tan skin and ruby red eyes stepped in, standing beside Aiko. Uhu. The class erupted in excitement, taking Aiko back at the enthusiasm, though she had prepared herself for it to an extent. Natsume simply smiled and surveyed the classroom. Specifically at the back, near the windows where all protagonists usually sit. There was a rather normal-looking guy that sat there, staring owlishly at her. Then there was another voice that cut through the class. Natsum-chan. Yin internally cringed as a pretty girl with a ponytail stood up and wrapped her up in a hug. Ah. Ha. Hello Shizuku. Chan. Yin greeted back, awkwardly returning the hug. Skill, acting LV, 1 unlocked, piss off. This is so damn awkward. Yin felt her smile strain. Ahem. If I may, Yagashi-san. Aiko sternly warned, huffing in annoyance at the class' exaggerated reaction. Sorry Ai-chan sensei. I haven't seen Natsum-chan in a long time. Shizuku apologized after composing herself and letting Yin go. Good. Now, would you like to introduce yourself to the class, Okada-san? Aiko asked, looking eager. Right. Hello, my name's Okada Natsum. I do work as a singer and voice actress, but I wanted to attend school while I was off work. Please take care of me. Yin introduced with a twitching brow. The class then erupted yet again in a series of questions. What's your favorite song you did? Aren't you the voice actress of Mordred? How big are those puppies? Who just said that? Were some of the questions Yin heard. Hey! Save the questions for lunch. Okada-san, you can take the seat beside Nagumo-san. Aiko pointed at the seat in the back, next to the normal-looking boy. Yin nodded, taking a seat next to Hajime. Though the class reaction quickly changed from awe to annoyance at Hajime. They already didn't seem to like him very much. But now, quite a few were glaring daggers at him. Damn, they really do just hate him for existing, huh? Yin snorted, getting the attention of Hajime, who looked to be withering from the heated glares sent his way, but also somewhat excited. Might as well start up a conversation with him. Don't come across too strong though. Guy looks like he'll combust at any second. Yin thought to herself before turning to Hajime. So you're the one who sung Layers, right? From Creators? Hajime asked, seeming to hide his excitement. Wait. I was. The Hiroyuki Sawano song. I guess that goddess was right about choosing songs I liked. Yin nodded to herself before smiling at Hajime. Yup. I didn't expect that many Japanese to like it, since it's all in English, you know? Yin answered, immediately seeing Hajime's eyes light up. I actually liked learning English and German. When I was younger. Hajime looked away and coughed. For hours later throughout homeroom, English and history, Yin had been getting along with Hajime pretty well. Then lunch had finally arrived and Yin was swarmed by the class, specifically an excited Shizuku. Hey, Natsum-chan. Have you kept up with your kendo practice? I know you've been busy with your work, right? Shizuku asked, with a particularly proud look on her face. Yin let out a quick exhale, looking at her blade skill. Yeah. I totally slacked on training with swords. Michum. Yin replied, seeing Shizuku stick her chest out in pride. You should come to my club then. We'll help shake off that rust. Shizuku proclaimed proudly. Ha! I rarely see Shizuku like this. The popular boy, Cookie Amanagawa smiled before noticing Kaori was talking to Hajime and giving them a wry smile. Ah, Kaori, you really are kind. Cookie muttered appreciatively. Why is that? All she's doing is talking to Hajime-san. Yin asked, feeling her lids droop in disappointment. PFF. He's a gutless prick. That's why. Ryutaro, next to Cookie, snorted in disgust. Shizuku just sighed at her two friends before looking at Yin meaningfully. As if she knew, Yin immediately developed a poor opinion of the two. Yin shrugged, deciding it wasn't worth arguing with them yet, since she only really just met Hajime. But there seemed to be a consensus shared among most of the class that Hajime was disliked. There were a few she could tell didn't dislike him. Aiko, Shizuku, Kaori, the emo-looking guy who left to go eat bread. A few others who minded their own business were included too. But if she were to guess who actually despised Hajime the most, it would have to be the guy absolutely glaring daggers at him whenever he was interacting with Kaori. Daisuke Hayama. He was lurking in the back of the class with two of his like-minded friends. Yin forgot their names, so she just labeled them background goon A and B. The way he looked at Hajime and Kaori was like he was a child who had their game system taken away and given to the person they hated the most. So how is sitting next to Nagumo? I saw you were pretty friendly with him. Shizuku asked. She must be kind like Kaori, huh? Nagumo tends to go off on his own. He's avoided clubs and never socializes with anyone. Cookie cut in, with a face that oozed pity. He's actually a pretty nice guy. It's nice meeting people who enjoy my work. You should get to know him sometime. Yin replied with a false smile aimed right back at Cookie. Is that so? Cookie asked doubtfully. This guy rubs me the wrong way. I'll keep an eye out for him and that Daisuke guy when we get transported. And, been thinking about an idea that refuses to leave my head. Multiple people transported to Worm as FGO servants. My MC being Jalter. Kill other servants to get their class cards and get their perks. Like if you killed Berserker Heracles, you can get his perks, like a pseudo Skyrim perk tree, and at the end you get God Hand. Something that stuck in my brain when I talked about it with Ray and Geo / planning for the future. See you later, Nagumo-kun. Yin said as she put her outside shoes on, nodding at Hajime while Daisuke glared at him from around a nearby corner. It seems he didn't want to ruin his image in front of someone so famous. He acted polite, but Yin could see the ill intent behind his half-assed facade. Daisuke Hayama was just a jealous asshole who let his lust and envy guide him. See you later, Okada-san. Hajime replied, a little taken back by Yin dropping the formalities so soon. To be fair, they started getting along pretty well. Hajime liked games, anime, novels and manga. Not to the point where you could call him an otaku or anything, he was more a casual enjoyer, like many other Japanese teens. But he did have his guard up while talking to her. She was famous after all, so they lived in different worlds, he thought. But he could see becoming her friend, if his classmates could get off his back anyway. Yin glanced behind her, seeing Hajime begin to walk home. While a particularly annoyed-looking Daisuke followed behind him. As he reached out for Hajime, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him behind a corner with such force Daisuke almost dislocated his arm. Oi Naguo. Daisuke groaned as he hit the concrete wall separating the street and the residential area nearby. Yin's hand clamped over Daisuke's upper face in a vice grip, covering his eyes. Listen and listen well, shit stain. I'll only say this once. Leave him the hell alone. I'm saying this for your benefit too. You won't like what happens to you if you keep this up. Aowa. Let go. Let go. Daisuke cried out in pain, trying to pry the iron grip off his face. Her hand pulled back, jerking Daisuke's head back on the ground. As soon as he glared back up, he saw nobody but a few passerbys walking down the opposite street. He cursed, legs wobbly as he stood up with a headache. Nagumo. Daisuke cursed before holding his head and walking home. A few minutes later, Yin returned home. She could have gotten back early, but walking the streets of Japan was proving to be a novel feeling for her. She felt somewhat nostalgic, but she couldn't remember ever going to Japan in her last life, or what she remembered her last life to be. Disregarding the feeling, Yin stepped into her workshop room. Stare August, Chris Vector, Famas, Ruger Redhawk. Yeah, I'm going to have to find someone to buy the blueprints from. Japan's strict about guns. Yin mused, looking over her workbenches and spotting something that looked like a gold coin. What's this? Yin picked it up, observing it until she received a message. Alert. Subroutine, blueprints found. Integrate? Is this a store door blueprints or something to help in the crafting process? Yin asked herself while she hit yes. Blueprints subsystem integrated. Acquire blueprints to add to the system's database. With the blueprints and raw materials, the subsystem can assist in crafting, dismantling, forging and smelting. So now I just need the actual hard blueprints. Don't suppose Googling a diagram of it would be enough? Yin asked, hearing another system notification. Insufficient. Disassembling weapons would prove more effective, but not as much as a complete and comprehensive set of blueprints with all materials involved. Yin hummed thoughtfully. Yeah, it couldn't be that easy. Anyone can just look up a weapon diagram. I need to get in contact with someone. Let's look around the workshop more. Yin began to look around the workshop, mostly finding a variety of tools until she stopped at a desk full of papers. Names, some of companies and some of people. On one sheet was the name Lockheed Martin. Yin's eyes lit up as she discovered what it was. Insider contacts. I doubt I have the money for jets. Some of these could work though. Fabrique Nationale is a firearm manufacturer, if I remember correctly. Yin took a seat and started to think. Now that I think about it, the clan could use some of Earth's tech. Wouldn't need to go scavenging for dust or, worse ideas like raiding the SDC mining operations. I have a lot of calls to make. Yin sighed before picking up her phone. The next day Yin had tiredly arrived at school. The calls had taken hours, dragging on until well past midnight. But the emails with dozens of blueprints made the tiredness worth it. It wouldn't be exaggerating to say the blueprints could secure the Branwen clan's future. Weapons, wind turbines, solar panels, vehicles. Though it was quite pricey, it would prove to be worth it. As soon as Yin put her school shoes on, she heard an excitable female voice call to her. Natsum-chan. A rather active Shizuku ran over from the nearby hall as soon as she spotted Yin. Good morning, Shizuku. You're chipper this morning? Yin's smile strained as Shizuku smirked deviously. Not used to getting up early anymore, HM. Nothing some exercise can't fix. Oh, and some canned coffee. The club has a mini fridge full of drinks. I'm sure they won't mind if you take one. Come on. I'll show you clubroom. Shizuku took Yin's hand, leading her over to the kendo club. They managed to pass by a few students who frequently come in early too. It seemed Kaori, Cookie and Ryutaro all like to come in early and chat at their desks. Yin spotted Kaori waving at her with a mirthful smile as she was dragged off by Shizuku. Yin stepped into the clubroom, which resembled a dojo, internally praising the classic Japanese decor. Here. Coffee? Tea? Shizuku opened a small mini fridge and asked. Anything that's not prime. Thanks. Yin replied as she was handed a can of coffee. I like it. I've never been to any clubroom like this. Ha. I've never been to a clubroom, now I think about it. Yin said, watching Shizuku proudly smile. Sorry you missed out on this stuff. I know you were always busy, but I wanted to bring you to do stuff like this. Say, you're not busy after school, right? Shizuku asked as Yin cracked the can open and chugged the coffee. I'm free for a few weeks. Had to make a lot of business calls yesterday. That's why I'm so tired. Yin informed, hearing Shizuku chortle. Show business stuff, huh? Well, maybe shaking that rust off will take your mind off it. Just come here after class. I have a surprise. Shizuku smirked. I bet you anything it's a one-on-one sparring match. Should I hold back? Nah. Feels insulting if I didn't use my skills to their fullest. Yin hummed before smiling back. Looking forward to it, Shizuku shivered when she heard the playful response from Yin. As usual, the school day passed.